Your responsibility is to scale it so that you can provide solutions that will transform society. Today, I bring you good news. All those pains of your past, as you sit down here, just open up your hearts and just allow God begin to help you get a direction, get some leadings, and inspire you to go and do big things. Once again, welcome very much. Welcome to Confab 13. God bless you.
Let's keep putting our hands together, please. What's your mic? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, KY. I mean, you gave us permission to call you KY. Okay, I'm his friend now. All right, that was sneak peek, but fun fact about Mr. Koejo, he doesn't know when to stop. If you leave him, he will continue. And you two, you sit down because you don't want to leave. But he's going to have his session, so we're coming back to that. Without taking too much time, we're going to be going right into the first session. But before we introduce the speaker, I want to ask, so over the course of today's session, I'll be asking, I have, pop questions, and I have gifts to give out to persons who get my questions right. This is a Confab tradition. So as we go along, Dorcas will be giving us questions, and I would also be giving us questions. I think I have one right now. If you're at the last Confab, can I see your hands again very quickly? Okay. These last Confab people, you people don't even have ginger. Okay, my question is, there's a speaker that featured in the last Confab and is also going to be with us today. Anybody who can give me the name of that speaker? Okay, I saw that hand first. Sorry, can we? It's on. I think it's on. Okay, use mine.
Name is Johnson Abali.
Mr. Johnson Abali was absolutely fantastic in the Confab 12. And he just had to be here again for the Confab 13. So yes, you are correct. Your name, please. Sorry. Just give us your name.
My name is Eunice.
Okay, great. Eunice, thank you very much. I don't have my presents right here, but I'll get them and then I'll call you up to get it. So Dr. Johnson Abali was here last time. He'll be here again with us today. And trust me, all of the speakers we have lined up are going to be impacting fire, like absolute fire. Without wasting any more time, do you have a mic? Can we get the mic, please, for my co-host? Thank you. Dorcas will be introducing our first speaker for today. Pay rapt attention. This is just like a teaser before he comes up, so you know what you're in for.
Okay, thank you. So we'll be starting the first section right now. And the first session is Transforming Tomorrow by Drawing from Yesterday's Pattern. And to take that session is Dr. Sam Ukoko. And KY's introduction and opening remarks, he mentioned some things about Dr. Sam, that he's a very fantastic person and he had to travel all the way from Abuja to be here. So it's a great delight to have him here. I'm going to be reading shortly about Dr. Sam now. He's a graduate of civil engineering from the University of Lagos, a graduate of business administration from the University of North London, with a doctorate in business administration from the Commonwealth University. Something fantastic about Dr. Sam He is a managing consultant and CEO of Nakachi Consultant, which offers high-level executive capacity building to Nigeria's ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as execution-focused intervention to some of Nigeria's leading private sectors. Despite being a civil engineering graduate, he is a serial investor. He owns Blackstone Private Equity Limited, where he holds the title of chairman, and is also the founder and CEO of Paystar, a financial services marketing company that recruits, trains, and empowers certified independent financial advisors around the country. Dr. Sam is a renowned motivational speaker, and his presentations have reached millions of Nigerians at home and abroad through the Nigerian Television Authority. He is reputable in the private sector industry as well, besides the MDAs. He is appointed as a member of the Business Competitive Thematic Group of the Nigeria Vision 2020 project. He's also a member of the Presidential Committee on Affordable Housing, and he also continues to serve as a process consultant in driving innovations in large corporations across sectors like aviation, oil and gas, health, education. We are here for a good time, and I'm sure you are as well excited to welcome Dr. Sam Okoko. Please join me. Let's give him a rising ovation as we welcome him to the stage. Dr. Sam, it's my absolute pleasure to have you.
Let's put our
Welcome,
hands
sir.
together, please.
Good morning, all. Please be seated. I will take a minute to set myself up for your pleasure. 1 second. Before I get started, I want to start here by thanking every one of you for coming. It's Saturdays are a great day for taking care of ourselves, is it not? So when we decide to spend the day out, we expect the day to have value for us, is it not? But here's what I'd like to say very quickly before we get started. First and foremost, you've taken the time to come. Please take the time to be fully present. The value you get from a confab like this is directly proportional to your ability to be fully present. I hope you know that. Give yourself the day to learn new things. Give yourself the day to imbibe new concepts, understand new paradigms. Give your mind a chance to connect the dots. You've heard KY speak authentically about his life. Not afraid of past failures, because that's never the end of the story. But willing at the same time to learn new things, to set new standards, to thrive. My joy whenever I speak to a generation of your age, and KY is very young, when he talked about when he left school and all of that, I thought how old I am. Really, I'm aging. But if you are pursuing excellence as you should, if you want to be giants as you should desire to be, here's the first thing I want you to put down on your notes. There is no day off. Should I say that again? There is no day off. You can't be of your best game on Monday and decide to chill on Tuesday. That's for average people. If you want to be great, if you want to do great things, if you want to live, to love, to leave a legacy, there is no day off. Decide today. If you want to be one of the giants, or you want to be one of those who was here, the choice is yours. When I was told about the Confab 13, I knew immediately that this was an event not to miss. Either as a participant or as a presenter, it was an event not to miss. And I couldn't even have tried missing it because of the passion that KY, I call him Koyejo anyway, but since he says KY, let's go with that. And his commitment to the cause, to your lives, because he has seen how much power there is in organizing people's thoughts and showing them the way. The beauty of having gone the way is not that you let people discover for themselves. You share what you know so people can rise a little bit higher. Do you agree? All right. So I want to thank the convener very much for compelling me to come. I want to thank him for the idea. There's consistency here. We've heard about Confab 1, 2, 3, right? All of them fantastic topics. I hope they are audiovisual material for these things because we should access them. I want to thank him for putting this together. I want to thank the organizers. We are usually overlooked. Can you imagine the stress of getting the hall, putting it together, making sure things work, and standing the chance of not even partaking of the event because you're always asking, did we do this right? Did we get that right? They will exhale after the event. But we hope that they learn something and we thank them for making this happen, right? I want to thank all my great co-speakers. I've already spent a lot of time with the next speaker. And in 5 minutes, I have been inspired. There's clarity. When you talk to people who have clarity on what life should be, you know, right? And it's energizing. And you should be like that in everything that you do. So special thanks to the co-speakers. I'm sure when you put all the topics together, you are all going to leave this place highly impacted and probably transformed. When I asked the convener what he wanted me to talk about, he said to me, feel free. Now, you know that that is the most difficult way to make life difficult, isn't it? I mean, it's easy when someone says, do this, and then you can, but when he says, feel free, then you start to wonder, what should I talk about? Fortunately, he eventually gave me a theme, which is the topic we're talking about today, which is identifying yesterday's patterns and using the patterns to transform our future. So I will be going with that chosen topic. But I will be mindful also that this audience, young, dynamic audience, some of you are into business for yourself. Is that correct? Show me your hands, or showing of hands if you are running your own business. Showing of hands if you're students. Showing of hands if you've graduated and are looking for something to do. All right. So we have a great group here of young and dynamic people. And I'm mindful of you and your need to develop your careers and things to do. And so I've decided to break my interaction with you today into two parts. Because I'm mindful that you are also a Christian audience. Are you? Are you Christian? Showing of hands. How many of you are not Christians? Showing of hands. All right. So I'm speaking to a Christian audience, right? Is that correct? I didn't hear that. Great. My presentation will be slanted towards using yesterday's patterns to refire our approach to life today in a VUCA world. When I say VUCA world, I mean in a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. Is that the world you're in? Is it? Would you say the world is volatile? Would you say that? All right. And it's uncertain, is it? Maybe even complex? Definitely ambiguous, right? So I'm going to be addressing transformation, change, and all of that from that perspective. But to satisfy the other aspect of you, I'm going to do something else. I'm going to give you access to some material that you can use. I have a video called The Power of Ideas. Would you like to have that? The Power of Ideas. There's another video called Digital Disruption, because that defines your time, does it not? Does it not? So I have another audio, a video on digital disruption. And then there's another one called Exploiting the Borderless Disruption. Would you like that? Would you? All right. And then finally, there will be another audio on strategies for success in the service sector. Do you think that would help? All right. So if I have met that aspect of it, I can move on to other things. You may need to send your email in if you're interested in this audio video material, so I can give you email access to stream the material. And please listen to it as often as you want. Learn from it as you should. Practice it every chance you get. Lead the revolution. Here's the beautiful thing. As we enter the fourth industrial revolution, it's a level playing field. Okay? And you can decide to sit back and read about giants, or you can decide to be one of them. I hope this material will help you in your decision. And for those of you who are looking for work to do, maybe you don't have the resources to do this, or you have not yet decided on what you want to do. I'll be speaking with the convener. There are one or two opportunities I endorse because I've looked at them carefully. And you may want to consider them. All the conferences in the world are no good to me if you don't have gold in your pocket. Let's be clear about one thing. You can't do good without money. Would you agree? You couldn't even get here without money. I'm not one of those Christians that makes money a taboo. No. Money is an exchange for value. Money represents the fact that the value has been given. The only time money is not good is when it's stolen. So in all you're getting, get some gold. I didn't see people smiling. I know gold's on your mind. Get some gold. Okay. Here we go. The Pharisees and the Sadducees were striving observers of the laws of Moses. Would you agree? They were striving observers of the laws of Moses. Even God knew it wasn't easy to abide by 630 or so laws. And so he sent a Messiah. You shouldn't even attempt to keep all these laws unless you adhere strictly to Proverbs 6, 21 to 23. What does that say? Let's go through it together. Bind them continually upon thine heart, and tie them about thy neck. When thou goest, it shall lead thee. When thou sleepest, it shall keep thee. And when thou awakest, it shall talk with thee. For the commandment is a lamp, it shall keep thee, and the law is light, and reproofs of instruction are the way of life. I don't know about you, but this is all God, and there's room for nothing else. There's room for nothing else. And even if there was, definitely not for the priests who were the ones to make atonement for Israel. They had to be steeped in the things of God. And those priests are a type of who we are today in a world that has lost its way, called by love, saved by grace, spirit-filled, believing, practicing Christians. So one cannot but wonder what happened to these God chasers when they chose an armed robber instead of the Messiah to meet their obligations as Barabbas, a prisoner mentioned in all 4 Gospels, was chosen by the crowd over Jesus Christ to be released by Pontius Pilate in a customary pardon before the feast of Passover. Right here, we can see that our circumstances, the environment in which we allow ourselves, can have a profound impact upon who we become. This pattern has been repeated many times throughout history, where people can be full of zeal and yet be so wrong. Could this pattern be repeating itself again in our world today? Look at our societies. And I hear we have people here from different countries. In this one thing, it doesn't matter where the world you are from or the color of your skin. We are almost all making one wrong decision after another. True Christians everywhere are battered and bruised and are being forced to withdraw by the onslaught of secular government, social media, big business, and the 1% that control most of the world's resources. Some Christians are now disparaging the gospel just to get more likes on social media. We are silent when they talk about abortion. Silent when they remove prayer and Bibles from public schools. I could go on and on. But it didn't start there. It began because we didn't speak up when governments took over missionary schools. It started when we didn't hold those politicians in public office to account for their time in office. It started when we accepted grants from non-government agencies without checking the loyalties of their sources of income. It started when our leaders accepted foreign loans and left the back doors open for personal gain, something we knew but kept quiet about. It has started when Muslim tickets of our political parties are not met with a firestorm of protest. We justified it by saying, the challenges are giants and we are grasshoppers. We ask ourselves, what can one man do? But honestly, we preferred our comfort rather than to face the imagined repercussion of speaking up for the common good, preferring to hug our television sets and mobile phones, our mugs of coffee, and maybe even beer when no one is looking. We're afraid we will miss cheering our football teams play in the Premier Leagues, afraid of not having the opportunity to sculpt our bodies to attract the opposite sex and gain attention for all of a few seconds. We conveniently forget that the banner over us is stained with the blood of martyrs who could have chosen to acquiesce in the face of opposition to what they believed. Under circumstances like this, we who are born again, or trying to be, because some of us have really forgotten what it is, Spirit-filled Christians, are we not choosing the robber of our souls over the call to be the light of the world? Are we different from the Pharisees and the Sadducees who picked an armed robber over the Messiah? Are you, perchance, guilty of that yourself? Indeed, it would seem, brethren, that history does repeat itself. Patterns do repeat, and those who do not identify and study these patterns are doomed to suffer a fate that is inevitable. Going through the same things without responding differently, yet expecting different results, has been aptly defined as insanity. As human and social systems, we've had global economic meltdowns, 2 world wars, repeated pandemics, and periodically extinct civilizations. Why is it that we as people never learn from these existential issues? It's not that we will not have world wars. We are perfectly set up for one right now. Even though in these times we will most likely fight over talent rather than land, fight over ideology rather than common sense, fight over religion rather than for tolerance. It's almost certain that we will have another pandemic because we didn't learn from the last one at the turn of the century, or even from the one we are still in. We've seen its devastating impact on our freedom, our educational systems, and how teaching is done. Its impact on travel and hospitality, its impact on global movement of goods and services. But are we taking any concrete steps to ensure that the deleterious effects of plagues and pandemics are handled better in the future? At the height of this pandemic, statisticians told us approximately how long it would last, drawing from the last one, and assured us that a couple of million people would die, and that it will not be worse than the last one in absolute terms. We were supposed to accept that as some sort of, accept the statistics as some sort of consolation. Right? Should we have? Didn't all our science and technology entitle us to a better response than the last pandemic? Have we not learned from Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Should we wait for another nuclear explosion and mutually assured destruction? Have we learned anything at all? The question is not whether history will repeat itself, but whether under similar set of circumstances, we will respond with the same ineffective responses. Every time we survive an incident, we become more accepting of it. We believe that because we survived it, we will survive it again. We become slightly more reckless because we believe we are now more resilient than we might be. In some cases, we even push the envelope. And frankly, one must reluctantly admit that it works sometimes. Like when we take a virus that can kill us and inject it into our bodies in little doses, so our bodies can develop immunity to the virus. What should we do when we identify these patterns so that we can use them to empower rather than disempower our future? I will try to address this in a Christian setting, and hopefully you will see a framework you can use or you can apply to personal and group and other areas of your lives. I'm not here to talk all about gloom and doom. I'm here to wake you up to the fact that it's there, whether you are sensitive to it or not, and to show you that there might be a way to make a difference. The starting point, of course, is to identify and differentiate between three fundamental concepts. The first is pattern. The second is change. And the third is transformation. By pattern, I mean a set of occurrences, situations, behaviors, stimuli, or responses that always emerge in the vicinity of each other. The weather is a pattern. Summer, autumn, winter, it's a pattern. When one happens, you're pretty sure the others will happen. The second is change. And by change, I mean a rejuggling of content to achieve the same outcome. Maybe better, faster, cheaper, safer, but it's the same outcome. And then transformation, a change in context, leading to results that were not previously possible or imaginable. Transformation or a change in context is not about mastering the game, but about changing the game altogether. The issue before us today, the desperate, urgent issue before us today, is whether we can identify patterns from the past and use that wisdom and knowledge in new ways of thinking. Whether our acquired computer-driven processing power and our better understanding of nuclear physics and so on can help us achieve transformation rather than change. It doesn't matter how quickly we can come up with a virus when we have a pandemic. It's better not to have a pandemic at all. Are you still with me? Changing the context in which we live should be more than avoiding the mistakes of the past, but rather, as defined by Nassim Nicholas Taleb in his book Anti-Fragile, it has to include making our businesses, our society, and our faith gain and become stronger from disorder rather than being destroyed by it. To be clear, in this matter, we are all equally powerful. Whether it's you sitting here in this room, no matter your circumstances, say, oh, you don't know, I didn't even have transport to get myself to the venue, but by the grace of God, I'm here. Oh, I've not eaten today and I will not eat. Or you don't know, I came from a family of 7 children and we didn't have, no matter your circumstances, in the matter of transformation, we are all equally powerful. whether it's you in this room or the President of the United States of America, and any shade of people in between. We are equally powerful. In this regard, I would like to look at one change in context that has completely transformed human history. And I want us to use that pattern to suggest a way forward. And with your kind permission, I would like to zero in on Christianity. The Jews, we started with talking about the Jews. The Jews had served God as diligently as they could. But here's the thing. While doing that, they had reduced their worldview to their doctrines and traditions. They had become a closed group. It seems pretty much like what Christian societies have become in the last 2 centuries. We are a small group. We hobnob with each other. We sit down in our home fellowships and in our church services like car wash Christians every Sunday. And as soon as we get to the car park, we forget everything we profess. We mix with the society. We hide. It seems pretty much that we're doing that again, as they did then. They forgot to set watchmen at the towers, metaphorically speaking, and missed the emerging military and political systems that led to their being once more occupied and oppressed. So here we are again. Here they were again, captured and oppressed. And the only thing that kept them going was the hope for a Messiah. Here we are again, hoping for a Messiah. Because they were oppressed by a military power, one may forgive them for thinking that the Messiah would be more like a liberator, using the same tools as the oppressor. They probably expected a brute, militaristic, scheming personality who would deploy terror against the occupiers, such that having been defeated in asymmetrical battles, they would simply leave. You see, when we see it that way, we may even understand what made them overwhelmingly choose an armed robber over the Messiah. Because they thought the liberator, they thought the Messiah would be someone who would come and fight. And this Jesus guy was too quiet. So bring out Barabbas. We know when you give Barabbas a gun, he will rob anybody. Maybe he would chase these Romans away. They chose force over power. They thought it would be the force of steel and the rivers of blood, rather than a gentle change in context that unleashed power from on high. Are you listening to me? It's very easy for messages like this to fly over our heads. But it's a call to an awakening, without which our dreams can't come true. The pattern of narrow-minded focus, oppression, and force seems to be repeating itself again. It's time for us to send watchmen to the towers. We need Christians in regulatory positions. We need Christians as heads of the professions. We need Christians to create and head powerful business interests around the world. We need Christians in politics, in all branches of the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. We need Christians in the highest ranks in the military. These are the watchmen who help fight back the dark clouds long before they come upon us. Watchmen who warn us in advance, who via the access provided by their positions know what is being planned in the dark caucuses that would seek to engulf us all. Maybe the most important takeaway from this is that we are all watchmen. What did I say? We're all watchmen. Maybe not in the public space, but in our homes and in our circles of influence. We are raising our eyes, and we must raise our eyes to scan the horizon so that we can protect our families and our futures. We do not need to be in office to hold back the destruction of values we have been raised to live by. When you sit with your people and you're discussing the modern issues of today, are you a watchman? As watchmen, what can we do to better protect and improve both our circles of influence and our circles of concern? One thing is for sure, that if we ask for wisdom, that wisdom will be provided. Some things are fairly obvious, like resisting the single religion political party to win in a society that requires freedom of religion. Some things are simple and clear. So if you find yourself a watchman, and all of us are watchmen in one sphere or another, what do you need to know? Who do you need to become to drive transformation rather than change? Let's borrow a leaf from Jesus. When Jesus came, he didn't come to just break the pattern. He came to change the context. He did not come to oppress the oppressors of Israel. He came to disarm them. He did not come to use the world systems to fix the world. He came with a new approach that would completely transform the world. Jesus started a transformation that is still going strong more than 2,000 years later, and we are fruits of that transformation. All of us here. What we need to transform the world today is to emulate that approach. We must identify his method and repeat it because the world is entering into that pattern again. So how exactly did Jesus change the context? Number one, Jesus showed us the power of a sense of destiny, the fundamental need to live our lives on purpose. He showed us that the power is in us, not in the government and not in the traditions. He taught us empathy as the way to raise the divine power that we are, but always for the benefit of others. He taught us the power of word pictures. He used word pictures to change centuries of programmed behavior. He was not willing to die, but actually died. He was not only willing to die, but actually died for what he believed, so that you and I will live forevermore. He was fully prepared to give it all. He nurtured and poured himself into a small group that also became willing to pay the supreme price for the purpose to be fulfilled. So may I suggest a few insights from the model of Jesus? Would you like that? A few insights to help you. When you find yourself in a group, when you find yourself in a position of authority, when you find yourself as a watchman anywhere, what's the best way to give your best and to change the world? Insight number one. Do not try to change people into what you are not. Evangelism, and when the word is not just used in the church, it means in the society as well. that will change the world will not come from our pockets and from loudspeakers and posters or manipulation. It must come from the heart. People, our family members, friends, colleagues at work, our associations, and society at large must see who we are clearly beyond what we say. And they must see us as authentic, stable, and secure in our convictions. That's the absolute starting point. The message and the messenger are one. Insight number 2. Have a personal relationship with God. This is not about who's looking. This is especially about when no one is there. If we do not have a relationship with a higher power, won't our convictions depend on our hunger and our fears? If we swing like a reed in the wind, should anyone take us seriously? Do you know how to enter God's presence? Do you know how to comport yourself in that presence? Do you know how to communicate in spirit and in truth? Do you have the patience to wait on his word and his instructions? Do you have the courage to obey? Do you go to God occasionally in worship, or has your life become one endless worship? Insight number 3. Resolve the issue of your purpose. Your purpose is something you must know right now. If you do not, you are running on empty. Your purpose predates your biology. It's the reason you are here. Without knowing your purpose, you can never call down power from heaven or experience the gift of fish and loaves. Without purpose, your Christianity will lack testimony. And as far as the world is concerned, you are not the difference they want to see. And you must admit the world's point of view makes complete sense. We do not want dreamers to wake us up from this nightmare. We want people who are more awake than us. Insight number 4, develop empathy. Are you evolved enough to put yourself in other people's shoes? To feel their pain, to see life from their perspective? Have you grown past racism, sexism, ethnicity, and religion? It's only when you can feel empathy for people that you can identify with their inner longings, their sufferings, and their hope. When that empathy is there, combined with a clear sense of purpose, you can raise the dead, heal the sick, and set the captives free. One thing you can be sure of, and one pattern we should all seek to emulate, is that whenever Jesus was moved with compassion, a miracle was never far behind. Read my lips. The whole world yearns for the manifestation of the sons of God. How can we fight for the oppressed, the hungry, the sick, and the poor if they are merely a statistic in our mind? Insight number 5, discover your power to change the world one conversation at a time. Have you mastered the art and experienced the power of communication? Can you tolerate other people's ideas and views and then put yours across without rancor? And can you do that in a way that transforms the behavior of those you are communicating with? Pursue this skill with the same passion with which you pursue everything else. It's not about being an orator, as captivating as that might be. I have never seen Jesus as an orator. In fact, sometimes I wondered at Jesus' response to some of the questions he was asked. One thing is for sure, he was more interested in staying on message than in impressing his audiences. When our message, conversations, contributions are aligned with our purpose before an audience with which we have empathy, We communicate with an authenticity that brings miraculous results. When we communicate in such a way that our audience experiences rather than hears our words, we can get ordinary people to do extraordinary things. Insight 6, find your tribe or form one. When you conglomerate around people with the same purpose, you will feed into each other's passion and develop formal and informal levels of accountability. That way, the world you are trying to transform will have a diminished capacity to veer you off the course you have set for yourself. When the world seeks to seduce you, as it will in a bid to have its way, this circle or tribe will give you a better capacity to stay on message. God's kingdom can only come if his ambassadors stay the course. Sometimes you may need to form the tribe yourself. Jesus did that when he set up his disciples and apostles. Be that as it may, it is this tribe that better enables and strengthens you to go the final step. Find the people who have the same purpose, passion, vision as you. Form a clique with them. Stay with them. You are world changers. It's not going to happen if you run into the desert all by yourself, as strong as you might be, because the world will push back. It's called hysteresis. It's a law of physics. It's a law of life. Your tribe strengthens you. Even the Bible says, forsaking not the gathering together of the brethren. It's a reason. Insight number 7, and that's the last insight. Commit your all. People know when you are not fully committed. They can sense it. Without that commitment on your part, your message will lack the power needed to transform the world. Even at home. Don't be one of those do what I say, not what I do people. Being willing to commit your all, in the case of Jesus, unto the point of death, feeds into the first insight that we should not try to change people into what we are not. And ultimately, that becomes the message. If we're going to change this world, if we're going to see the pattern that's coming, you can see the oppression that's coming upon us when people can choose abortion freely, when you can't tell a man from a woman until you get into the inner recesses of your room when it's too late. In a world where people are openly making wrong choices to be popular, it's only your commitment that will be the message that changes people. Jesus said these things he has done, we can do even more so because he has gone to be with the Father. Jesus is not asking you to be like him. Jesus is asking you to push the envelope beyond him. Are you with me? What did I just say? Jesus is not asking you to be like him. Jesus is asking you to start from him. I hope you get what I'm saying. That is the positive pattern that we must follow, because the transformation that God himself institutes needs you and I to push it forward. Now, whether it is due to famine or wars or plagues, and in modern times we can add ideology and powerful business and media interests, there is a negative pattern caused by narrow interest that leads to oppression. And one of the reasons why these continue, not all of it by any means, is because God's people, specifically followers of Christ, forget that the government shall be upon their collective shoulders, for we are the body of Christ. We are therefore amongst all people most charged and most responsible with the mandate to pursue transformation. Let's take back the world. Let's stop the oppression, the wars, the death. Let's remove fear and inequality. Let's elect leaders who really serve. Let's save children yet unborn and improve the climate. Let's make this world a better place. Let's do our part, you and me both. Jesus has already shown us the way. God bless you and enjoy the rest of the Confab teaching.
Please let's remain standing till he's seated and keep the applause coming. Thank you very much, Dr. Sami Koko. Who may be seated? I think that was powerful. Somebody agrees with me. I'm sure everybody agrees with me, but somebody vocally agreed with me. So can that person please just come and give us a rundown very quickly? We're behind time. Who said yes? Somebody agreed with me now.
I think it's somebody in the middle here.
Yeah, it's in that middle.
Yeah.
Okay, any random person, give us a quick summary, rundown. We don't have time. Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah,
basically,
your name, sorry.
okay, my name is Obidi Esther. Yeah, and I learned a lot from the speaker. So first of all, I learned from what he said that we have the capacity to transform the world if only we have the right mindset and we have the right people to emulate. We have the right people that we look up to. And he used Jesus as an example. And he said, as Christians, we should be the ones, being people over places, over institutions, being at those high-ranking places to influence the people under us so that the world will be a better place. And he said that we should put some things into place. We should have empathy. We should discover our purpose. We should not try to change people into what we are not. So we are basically examples and people who people should learn from.
Please, let's put our hands together for her. Thank you very much, Esther. Esther, right? Okay, I owe you something. Okay, like I said, we're behind time and we're going to move straight to the next speaker. I expect that you probably have questions. I think we're supposed to have a panel session sometime today. Yeah. So if you have any questions, would implore you to please note them down. We won't be able to take questions per speaker. That will just stretch, things unnecessarily. So we're going to have a panel session where all of your questions will be directed to all of the speakers, and then they can attend to all of them at the end of all the sessions. Now, we'll be moving on to session 2. Our speaker for this session will be Mrs. Nireti Adebayo. You have not heard anything. Maybe you save your clapping. Okay, I'm going to introduce her very quickly. Mrs. Nireti Adebayo is the founding CEO of White Cleon Limited, a human resource outsourcing and consulting solutions firm with a highly endorsed reputation across various industries in Nigeria. This expert knowledge has been extended to White Cleon's operations in Ghana. She is a result-oriented, passionate HR professional with over 22 years of cognate experience spanning several corporate organizations in different capacities. Mrs. Nireti has an MSc degree in administration, strategic HR major from the Lincoln University, Pennsylvania, and a higher diploma in accounting. She is a 2-time alumnus of the Lagos Business School and the IESC Business School, Barcelona, where she earned a diploma in management. She's a fellow of the Association of Outsourcing Professionals of Nigeria and a fellow of the National Institute of Marketing of Nigeria. For those of us who probably don't know what a fellow is, at least from my field, I have an architectural background. To be a fellow in architecture, for example, means you are at the highest point of your career in that field. Mrs. Nireti Adebayo is a fellow of the Association of Outsourcing Professionals of Nigeria and the National Institute of Marketing of Nigeria. She is also a member of the Institute of Directors, a member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, and a member of the Society for Human Resource Management, USA. She's a co-founding member of Rising Tide Africa. She's a facilitator at the Enterprise Development Center of the Lagos Business School, an expert resident program, and a 3-time board advisory member of the Standard Chartered Women in Tech, being coordinated by the Pan-Atlantic University. And today, she will be digging deep into her wealth of knowledge, insight, and experience, and she'll be impacting into our lives. Can we please give a standing ovation for Mrs. Niwechi Adebayo, everybody? Please keep the ovation coming, keep the applause coming. You're welcome, Ma. We are honored to have you in our midst. Thank you very much, Ma.
Thank you, everybody. Please sit down. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Sometimes I wonder if they are really talking about Nireti or the child of promise. I bless God for all that He's been able to do here today. And I want to congratulate the convener, my brother, Koyejo. I call him Koyejo because I love the name so much. Oluwa Koyejo. So thank you for inviting me. Thank you so much. I love your brilliance. I can relate to your story because the Lord has brought a lot of us from just the merry clay into a great podium like this. So we truly bless the Lord. There is no life without God. He's the giver of wealth and He's the giver of power. I bless the Lord. One of the things I'm happy about is the salvation of my soul. And I thank the Lord for Him. I don't believe that anyone can have a full life without Christ. And I want to thank, of course, Dr. Ikoko for setting the right fundamentals for this discussion. I see it as a discussion. And thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate you. Now, let me say that it looks like I'm home. I'm home because I'm always in the midst of young professionals, entrepreneurs. Like it's been read earlier, we work with entrepreneurs, we invest in some of the businesses. But more importantly, it's the ministry that the Lord has placed in our hands as a human resource consulting and outsourcing company. We have almost 7,000 staff. We've managed much more than that before COVID, but now we have, just over 6,000 staff all over the country, including Ghana. I have my colleagues here. Acknowledge your presence. Thank you, Sheon. Thank you, Lekon. Thank you guys for your support. And so every time we are working with young professionals, every time, every day, every minute, every day, every minute, we're working with young professionals. So again, I relate with what we are doing here. And I'm so happy that we are here today discussing issues on how to transform our country, our organizations, and we as individuals. But again, today it says we should transform, we should speak about transforming society by observing patterns and analyzing trends. Dr. Okoko spoke a lot about that, but I'm going to be speaking from the perspective of us as individuals and as young entrepreneurs. And so as we proceed with the presentation, I'm sure you will see quite a bit of what I'm talking about. I know a lot of us, how many of us are really current here? If you Google with your phone and not on Instagram every minute, every time, can I see your hands? So we know what is happening all over the world. Am I right? We do, we are conversant with that. Because one of the things that we see at our interviews a lot of the times, it's sometimes we're looking for 100 people and we have to interview 5,000, 2,000. It happens all the time. And that's because there's a huge gap. There's a huge gap in knowledge. A lot of us do not do a lot of reading current affairs and knowing things that happen around us. And I cannot blame us because there are a lot of things we have to deal with. First of all, we have to deal with power, we deal with water, we deal with all kinds of amenities that ordinarily we shouldn't be dealing with. But again, like we have heard here, we must discover ourselves and our purpose. It is when we know our purpose that truly we can go places. So transforming society by observing patterns and analyzing trends. You know, countries are like organizations, right? And they are constantly molded by things that happen around us. So again, I'm going to speak a bit about global issues because there's nothing that happens anywhere like China, like Taiwan, like Russia, that would not affect us in Nigeria. When it affects us in Nigeria, it affects our organizations, it affects our communities, and then it affects us as individuals. Am I right? How many of us know the price of bread right now? How much was it 2-3 months ago? Thank you. So we are in tune with what happens. So that's what happens. When there is something, when there is a headache somewhere, it trickles down. That's what happens. So again, things that happen all over the world have a way of impacting, our country and individuals as well. Traditionally, changes in patterns and trends, whether global or domestic, have always have ways of transforming our society. So briefly, trends. We talk about trends all the time. Ladies are always talking about trends. Am I right? We talk about trends, either we want to use our wigs. Now it's natural hair. How many of us have our natural hair here as ladies? We do, right? So there are trends and there are patterns and the rest of it. So again, what we understand by trend here, it's a general direction which when something is developing or evolving. I don't want to use too many English words this morning. So I'm going to come down to us using very simple words we can all relate with. A gradual change in a condition, circumstances, or process, or in an output, or general tendency of a series of points to move in a certain direction. Okay? Those are trends, things that are moving maybe in a certain direction or in a certain way or in a certain pattern. Or we can say pattern is an intelligible form or a sequence in the way in which something happens. Something happens. Okay? So when we talk about trends in the world or things that have happened in the world, I'm sure our minds will go to COVID-19. We all experienced COVID-19, right? And what COVID-19 did to us was a huge awakening. We've had pandemics in the past, several pandemics in the past, but COVID-19 gave us a huge and rude awakening because it was not expected. And COVID-19 brought in a lot of opportunities also. Sometimes I say, well, maybe we bless God for COVID-19 because I know a lot of people have been made richer as a result of that. How do rich people make money? People who have purpose. It's discovering the gaps in the society. And so once those gaps are discovered, they make money and deliver value out of it. And that's why we're here today. How do we deliver value? How do we receive value? How do you put value on the table that people can actually, love to put money? Okay, so how do we deliver such value? So again, COVID-19 with all its attendant issues brought in a lot of opportunities. And you ask me why. How many of you do a lot of trading on the internet? We go on Instagram, right? I know people do not have any shop or office or sell everything they have on the internet, on Instagram. How many of us know that the logistics companies and courier or the Okada, there is one Okada, we all know about that, and they deliver things to you in minutes. We're all conversant with that, aren't we? Exactly. COVID brought in all of that because people had to think outside the box. Because we had to eat. Nobody was going anywhere. And so we had a lot of caterers. Even housewives who didn't have jobs became caterers. Do you realize that? Because I know people who didn't have jobs before COVID, but they were cooking from home and selling to people. So again, we have to begin to spot opportunities even in the midst of chaos. Even in the midst of chaos, there are opportunities. And most of the time, I like to look at the birds. You know, birds have their nest on trees. And sometimes when it's stormy, the birds are there. They are building their nest because that's where they hide. That's where they are. So in the midst of chaos, there are opportunities. And COVID brought that. Now we are conversant with the war between Russia and Ukraine. Okay, we are, because we know that Ukraine produces wheat, right? And flour. And so as a result of that, bread is expensive. We know that. So that's a headache. All that is happening. And of course, the war between, the Cold War between China and Taiwan, between America and China, all of that, it's happening. Those are the things that we are seeing globally right now. And we'll see that it looks like countries are beginning to start Cold Wars all over. So again, it's a global trend that we can all see. And then, of course, how many of us know about Jackpa? Who can tell me what it means, Jackpa? Migration. Now, let me tell you the truth. Even though we've been talking about migration and we discuss it every time. And so my husband and I were talking in Jetta. He said, Nurity, it is a presentation, Jackpa and Bell. I'm like, Jackpa. And I was like, are you not in Lagos? When you Jackpa, when you Jackpa, when you oh, it's migration. But we've been talking about migration every time. Our friends are migrating. Our colleagues are migrating. Only but Jackpa now. Said, okay. So that's Jackpa. Now we know that this Jackpa syndrome, we all laugh about it. But again, it's a serious matter. It's a huge brain drain. It's a huge brain drain. The rate of immigration in Nigeria is alarming. And in the medical sector, it's crazy. When you have about 8,737, from what we gather on the internet yesterday as we're preparing, it says they acquired licenses in the UK, 8,737 doctors from one country to another country. One country to another. Over 8,000 licensed doctors. And between June and September alone, it says 353 doctors in 2001 were licensed in the UK between June and September of 2001. And meanwhile, in our country today, the ratio to a doctor and patient is 5,000. And I think that this figure is slightly understated because I know it's more when you think about the population of the country, which is over 200 million, and the number of doctors we have. So the ratio of doctor to one is 5,000 at the barest minimum. And so you can imagine what happens in IT, what happens in engineering, and all other professions in Nigeria who have jackpot to either Canada or the UK. So can you imagine? So again, we are in trouble, but that is a pattern. Why are people migrating? Most times for economic value, and most times to run away from trouble. Is that not? So, and how many of us still want to live in the country? I know that if we take a poll and you are truthful, everybody wants to jackpot here. True or false? We all want to jackpot, right? I don't want to jackpot. And that is why we are here today, because you must discover your purpose. When you discover the purpose, then you will know whether you need to jackpot or you need to stay. Okay? You discover whether you need to jackpot or you need to stay. So everyone here, most of us really want to jackpot, and we can understand why you want to jackpot. And of course, we talk about climate change, right? I know that people just talk, oh, climate change, but it's responsible for a lot of things. Seas are rising faster now all over the place. If you go to Bar Beach in VI, you will see that there is a lot of rising in the water. And then that's why you see all the barricades and the rest of it. I was driving through Oniro and I saw that the barricade, the water actually came on the streets when you go towards Twin Waters and all that. So again, it's happening because of climate change. There's a lot of heat wave, right? And so the weather looks like temperatures are rising. It's just undulating. I come from a place called Owo in Ondo State. And my mom called me about 2 weeks ago. I said, oh, that it's so cold. And she had to use warmers and bed warmers every night. And my uncle called and said it was so cold. I'm like, we're not in UK or somewhere. But again, that's as a result of climate change. And I'm sure we cannot experience it from time to time. Sometimes in our areas, it's cold and sometimes it's so hot, And so it's an extreme, weather conditions from time to time. And in most countries, they experience fires, they experience hurricane, tornadoes, so it's just all over. And if we all talk about North Pole, right? Before, when I was a child and I heard North Pole, I couldn't relate North Pole. I thought it was somewhere outside the earth, but it's not outside the earth. The world is a global village right now. Now we understand that even in North Pole, it's getting warmer and reducing, the glaciers are reducing in size. So there are more earthquakes happening every time. Okay? So North Pole is getting warm. There are more earthquakes in other countries. So what do we have to do as children of God? We just pray. We just pray, because my prayer is in the midst of all of this, in the midst of this chaotic world, I am so confident that Nigeria will come back again. And I'm so confident that in the midst of it, that I will prosper and we will all prosper in Jesus' name. So there is hope for us because Christ gives us a hope for a better tomorrow. That's what my salvation tells me. So, and the main thing right now that we ladies are talking about is gender equality. Equal work, equal pay. That's what my own definition means. I am not saying that I'm the head of my home. No, my husband is the head of the family as Christ is the head of the church. God has a standard. There's nothing we do in this world that can change the standard of God. I hope we understand that. Social media cannot change the standard of God. If we all want to become what we have on social media, it cannot change the standard of God. God has a standard. So my own kind of women inequality is that I work, the man works at the same level, and we earn the same thing. No cheating of any kind. Now we can see that a lot of women are rising out of the woods, doing great things all over the place. Doing great things all over the place. And we have seen that in the past decades, we've seen a lot of people talking about gender equality. We've seen a lot of people talking about women empowerment. Okay? And so this is all happening all over the world. And we can see that the Millennium Development Goals actually recognizes that. Okay? They like that and they recognize that. And Nigerian women all over the place, aren't we doing wonders? How many of us watched the Commonwealth Games? I just watched a part of it. You know, the women won 12 gold medals. It has never happened in the history of our country in at least 30 years. Woman, clap for yourself if you are here. Thank you. So we are going places. We are doing so much. So things are changing. Those are patterns that we've been able to identify in the world. And of course, the England female football team, they played a couple of, I think about 2 weeks ago or thereabouts. And they said the crowd in that stadium was monumental. They had over 80,000. Even in the men's game, we're not recorded that much. And so it means that even though it felt that the women were making noise in the last 10 years, the noise is working. Not only is it working, it's because people are working towards that. You know, there cannot be talk without action. There cannot be talk without action. So that is happening all over the world. And I hope that definitely we will take advantage of that. And then, of course, we have seen something very scary in our country that never happened before. Terrorism. High rates of insecurity all over the place. That is a pattern. We see kidnappings all over the place. That is a pattern. Community bandits, senseless killings. Even in my hometown, how could people go into a church and kill people? But thankfully, most of them have been found. But what happened? People have died and they are not coming back again. Generations were wiped out. So we owe it to ourselves, even as Christians, to pray and be watchful. Dr. Ikoku talked about a tower in his talk and said while the Jews were there was nobody to watch the tower. A couple of years ago, my senior pastor in my church, I attend Foursquare, by the way. My senior pastor talked about the senseless killings in the north, and then he said, look, if we don't pray, they will come towards the south. And unfortunately, they're very close. Or we're centrally located. Whether you're going to Abuja or going to Port Harcourt or going to Warri, anywhere, you pass through the road or if you're not taking it's either if you're taking or you go straight to Benin. But if you're going to go to the north or to Kwara and the rest of it, you pass through Owo. So we came to Owo. So we have to pray. We must watch and we must pray. So talking about trends, we'll talk more about trends today and how these trends can help us. So social trends all around us. We talk about demographics, we talk about the Generation Z and also the millennials. And we'll talk a bit about that. And you're all here. Most of you are here. And then we talked about the characteristics. Because we see that in these days and time, our millennials and Generation Z are brilliant. They are smart. You are all very smart and brilliant. But one of the things I think that your generation lacks is experience. And because you do not want to listen, it causes a lot of chaos, both for you and also for the people you deal with. And so my word is very simple today. So as young people and Christians who have been blessed to know God, you have a shortcut that can help you. And that is Christ, the Holy Spirit. Because he's the one that guides. Is that not? He's the one that guides. Expect if we're not hot Christians. Because these days we have hot, warm, and cold, right? But you have to be hot. Because the Bible says that you are hot or you are cold. You cannot be lukewarm. And so again, we talked about demographics and what does it represent? What are the opportunities as young people? And what are the strengths that you can identify? Okay? So again, we talk about how educated and how informed our young people are. What skill do you have? What skill do you have? COVID-19 has presented a lot of roles, a lot of jobs, like I said. And so there's a lot going on in the IT sector. There's a lot going on there. A lot of our IT professionals are cutting away thousands of dollars every month. People who have certain skills have to reskill. And my advice is that we have to continue self-development. And that's what we talk to all our colleagues every day. You must reskill. You have to self-develop yourself and not wait for anyone to do that for you. So this is important. Of course, a lot of innovation is going on around us. Innovation, either in the fashion industry, either in entertainment, either in banking, finance, all kinds. Now there is a company, Kuda. How many of you have heard of Kuda? I'm not sure they have buildings like banks. They don't. And have you heard about Bankly? There's Bankly, there's just an array of them. And all these are innovations. And so how do you think about the skill that you have and how you can bring it to bear? What sort of value do you place on yourself? What sort of skill do you have to sell? You know, sometimes as Christians, I think we are timid. As Christians, we are lean. We are lean because we think that our God is not a God of wealth, but it's the one that creates wealth and gives wealth and power. So why do we think that it is not good for us to make money? Legitimate money, legitimate wealth. And wealth can come in diverse ways. Because I always tell people that wealth is relative. You can be wealthy in your attitude. You can be wealthy in finance. There is so much, but what sort of skill do you have in your hands? A lot of us do not have integrity. So when we think we are starting a business, the best way to start a business is when your friends and families come together and either believe in your business. You have friends or you have mentors who believe in your business and they want to put a seed down for the business. But again, it's, oh, I like him, but I don't trust him. That's an issue. I like him, I don't trust him. I love the idea, but I don't trust what he or she will do with the money. So again, we have to be trustworthy. Integrity is key in every relationship that we must have. And as children of God, we owe it to ourselves. We owe it to God to be truthful in all that we do. So innovation. What do you have in your hands? What can you innovate with? What skill do you have? And then we see a lot of economic trends all over the place, okay, from the point of sovereign entity. And that's what Ukraine is fighting for right now. They're fighting for their independence because Russia would not allow them to. And so again, economically, people are, or countries are looking at their sovereignty. Okay. And then in Nigeria, we are all fighting for our independence again. How many of us know that? It's almost like we are fighting for independence again. It's almost like Yoruba will say, want to kowaleru, God forbid. But that's exactly what we are going through right now. So again, when you look at that economic trends, we see that nations are fighting for their own entity. And we in Nigeria are fighting again for our independence so that we can have a mind of our own, so that our trust and patriotism will be restored. We see a lot of technology trends, artificial intelligence, machine learning. A lot of it is happening right now. Data's use of data, so we have all of that. So what sort of skill do you have? I tell my son, I told him, look, you can do computer science, but he didn't want to do that. And so he's doing economics. And I said, look, there's no way you would not do something in IT, whether it's security or whether it's data, because it adds value to the qualification that you may have. And the future is tilting towards IT technology because there is automation all over the place. Every organization is trying to automate its process. And we are doing that. And we spend millions and millions automating our processes, And so again, as jobs are being taken out, more jobs are being created by technology. And so I ask, how are you developing yourself so that you can market what you have? How can you defend the certificates that you have? So this is important. And then, of course, cultural trends. Cultural trends. Some people think that they can use sex as a tool. We see that happening every time. Even among us in our various churches, we see a lot of moral decadence all over the place. We are Christian on Sunday and then we are something else on Monday. And then yet we pray and we expect God to answer the prayers. It cannot. It cannot. And so we need to reflect on ourselves as individuals and see what we have to do better in our lives. This is really important as children of God and even as individuals, because I do not believe that a man or a woman to use himself as a sex symbol. I do not believe that. And I think it's unacceptable. But again, social media and people like us, we feel, oh, they have to make money. We have to make money. But I'm not going to talk more on that. So again, there is general moral decadence all over the place, fading spirit of excellence. And I think that's the worst of it. Fading spirit of excellence, even in dressing, even in the manner that we walk, even in keeping our homes. There's no excellence there. Some of us just wake up and go out as it is. We don't even care about how we look. So there is a fading spirit of excellence. And our God is a God of excellence. So what are we doing as individuals? Let's reflect on ourselves and see what we need to do better. We must have a spirit of excellence. You know, some of us say, oh, I'm not Jesus Christ. Only Jesus is perfect. Lie of the devil. Do you know that? God expects us to be perfect. Do we know that? I'm also preaching to myself. He expects us to be perfect. I stopped saying, I'm not perfect before Jesus is not perfect. I stopped saying that. Because the day I caught the rema, that God expects us to be perfect, I humbled myself. So we can be perfect. We can achieve perfection. A lot of the things happening in Nigeria is not because the government is not doing the right thing. We, the people, also have our faults. People are walking on the streets, and so they are pressed, they pee by the gutter, or people are chewing ordinary gum, they throw it anywhere, or they are in the bus, they ate gala and they threw it out. Oh my God. We must have a spirit of excellence in everything that we do. Okay? So even as Christians, we expect that excellence should be our watchword. Why are patterns so important and trends? So that we can gain a good understanding of events. So we can get clarity on future possibilities and challenges. We can make better decisions. We can generate more future fit and ambitious strategies. Okay, and it also helps us to at least execute a lot of, our strategies as well. So what are the impacts of trends and patterns on organizations and individuals? People. You know, before COVID, we didn't realize that people were really important in organizations, and a lot of us do not place importance on ourselves. But COVID taught a lot of organizations that. My company has been for 12 years, and we are highly, highly people-centric because we feel that people drive organizations. People drive organizations. And so as a result of that, we develop people. So when we tell our colleagues, when you come to Wycleon, the business is no longer a business for us, even though it is, but it's more of a calling. How do we develop our young professionals so they can be who God wants them to be, so they can fulfill purpose? Because in fulfilling the purpose of God, it means that you as a person must be ready. You must do whatever it is in your power to do the right thing. Okay? And so people first culture in the organization. So the employees are important. Organizations realize that. And so they place, a lot of importance on employees as it is. So there is more prominence to work-life harmony now. Before then, the employers may not even think about, even us as individuals, a lot of us do not even think about ourselves. I met one of our staff about 3-4 years ago. I'd been in the system for 6 years, but never even thought of checking her pension account. And this is what she's worked for. Her money and company money, they put it for you in a pension account. She didn't even have one. And I got so angry in my spirit. I'm like, How can you be working for 6 years and you do not even care about the money that is yours? And that's how careless a lot of us are. We just run to work every time, but our work do not pass through us at all. We just pass through the work. And that's the way we live our lives. And so if we don't place premium on our lives, how do we expect others to place premium on us? And the same way as Christians, when you cannot say categorically outside that you are a child of God, you are a Christian, you have a certain power. Do we know that when we give our lives to Christ and we become born again Christians and we are spirit filled, we have a certain power such that when you speak, people think, oh, maybe the father is a president. But the truth is our father is a president, isn't he? A president of presidents. So again, we are beginning to look at work-life balance so that you know the value proposition you have for yourself and also the company, vice versa. So there is a harmony there. And then, of course, we see that there's an influx of artificial intelligence, like we say, and of course, gender equality, women empowerment, and of course, safety in the workplace. We are looking at that. All organizations are looking at that. And so employees have become brand ambassadors. In those days, you have models who model what you should do in the organization. But these days, no. We are the brand ambassadors. So when we see a white clone person, the white clone person, that's a person who we see and not a model who will model what we should do. And so you as an individual, you are a brand. Do you know that? You are a brand. So we have become brand ambassadors because what you give is what people see. And so you must present yourself the way you want to be seen and the way you want to be respected. And of course, I talked about millennials and Gen Z, of course, and there are friendly employment benefits all over the place right now. And that is when you have reskilled yourself and you are sure about what you have. You're confident about your qualifications and your person. And let me just quickly say as a recruiter that these days your qualification is normal. Because we have a lot of first class, we have a lot of 2-1s, the upper credits and the lower credits. So again, what we look at is the character, the attitude, the attention to detail. So if you don't have all of that, if we do not possess that, we need to start working on that. And again, we see that there's an increase in the rate of outsourcing these days. There's an increase, multinationals, because they see a lot of value there. And so maybe some of us think, oh, I can't be an outsourced staff. We have outsourced staff at very senior levels these days. Tobe can attest to that. Even at very senior levels, we have outsourced staff, managers who have been outsourced on a project by project basis. So if you think you're a manager level and they tell you, oh, come and do a project for 3 months and we'll rather sit at home doing nothing for those 3 months because we don't want to be called outsourced staff, who is losing? Okay. And then I'll just put to our notice the Millennial Development Goals. There are 17 of them. But chiefly, I want to talk about opportunities that some of us have as entrepreneurs and we can delve into. Because again, millionaires make their monies in chaotic situations. They identify gaps, and so they have local responses, of course, with a global outlook. Meaning that if, for instance, we feel that the cost of gas is too much. I was sitting on a panel of the World Global Business School recently, and one of the group that came in from somewhere in Kenya were people who felt that they could use firewood. They could put firewood as stoves, okay, instead of gas, because the cost of gas was very high. And so you see a lot of people identifying areas in their local communities and seeing how they can innovate to make it cheaper and bring value to the people and also receiving value in terms of wealth. There is a business called Bankly. I know a lot of us know that, and I'm not sure it's Bankly. I think it's Bankly. And so you know how people do their contributions, daily contributions, the market women and all of that. We all know that, right? Now, what they have done is to turn that around. So they automated the process. So when you look at your communities, you are able to identify those little things. But these days, we all want the big money at once. Monies are not going to come just like that. So we have to start small, organically. And then we see that it's growing. You want to have the right structure that helps you to move. So you must identify areas, gaps in your local communities and create local solutions that will have a global outlook. So we need to begin to look at that. And so we see that our hospitals are failing. What can we do? Where can we come in? Not only in the terms of providing equipment. What about cleaning the hospitals? Because some of the hospitals are so dirty. So there are so many jobs that we can all do. So my question to you is, what is the biggest risk for us as individuals or as entrepreneurs that we can observe in patterns and trends that we've discussed? And what would be your greatest impact as an individual or as a partner or a customer or an entrepreneur or supplier in ensuring that you resolve or solve solutions on issues or gaps that you identify in your community? So will these trends and patterns increase or decrease your ability to compete? And what are the new opportunities that you have identified in your community as an individual, or as an entrepreneur that can bring value to you or to your community? So while changes can be disruptive and sometimes make us uncomfortable, they also portend a lot of opportunities for those who can justify, for those who can identify the opportunities. There are opportunities everywhere. So let us not complain. Let us not groan or mourn or talk about or moan or talk about government, talk about council chairman. What can we do as individuals, as professionals, as entrepreneurs? Let's look for the opportunities. Let's take advantage of them and let's seize the moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that wonderful session. Wow. Please, can you make the applause a little louder because the value it's so much. She has successfully taken us through the trends right from 2020 up till date. She has shown us patterns and things to follow. And I'm sure you've learned a lot. Chidi, have you learned anything?
Yes, I have, definitely. Okay, so as usual, we'll have someone come give us like a summary. Once again, thank you very much, Ma, for that insightful session. Let me, his brothers don't want me to pick him. Let me pick a pretty somebody. What am I even looking for? This one is pretty now. Dorcas, give us
All right.
give us
you.
a rundown.
Thank you for putting me on the spot. I was very attentive. Thank you. So yes, one of my takeaway from Mrs. Nireti's session, first, she's taking us from 2020, showing us that there are opportunities even in chaos, showing us the trends. Notably, she mentioned the Chakwa movement, which many of us can relate to. And she also let us know that one thing, however, that I've been able to draw, especially from hers and Dr. Sam's session, was the fact that there's no, you can't take a break from being the best. You can't take a break from being your best. You still have to be your best at all times. And Dr. Sam also mentioned something that it starts with a conversation. She also reiterated that, although in other words, that as Christians, we have capacities that we have not even begun to explore. So, and that has been very insightful for me. She also mentioned the different areas where we can impact and continue to dominate even in our career especially the outsource. That was very, very peculiar to me because you know the syndrome around being an outsourced staff and all the legs and oh, she's on contract, she's this. But she has shown us that being an outsourced staff is not bad. In fact, it could also mean that that's another dimension in your career. That was so insightful for me. Thank you.
Thank you. You know all those people in school that they'll ask them one question and they'll answer five. Or you know those people that say, "Sir, you've not given us assignments."
Yeah.
Yeah, she's one of them. Let's put our hands together for her. Very quickly before we have our other speakers, I'd like to recognize some of our speakers joined us while we're in session. I'd like to recognize the presence of two of our speakers, Mr. Johnson Abali and Mr. Tobin Naduzi. Can you please, let's give them a standing ovation, please. Please, for recognition, let's know who we're talking about. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your presence and we're really looking forward to when you come up to the stage. Thank you very much. Before we go on to the next session, the Confab we're about halfway in, and I'm sure you already can tell that this has been an incubation ground. Yeah, an incubation ground for people, like a launch pad where young people come, learn, get groomed, get taught, get mentored, and they go out into the world to be the best versions of themselves. We'll be taking, before we go on to the next session, very quickly, we'll be taking a few testimonials from persons who have been impacted by the Confab. The Confab has been on for how many years now? About 11? Yes.
Yes, 11 years.
Our maiden edition was in 2011. So we've had 13 Confabs. This is the 13th one, and across 11 years. Last year was our 10th year. We have products of the Confab who have from these shores, from these same seats that you are sitting in, they have gone on to become firebrands in their various fields. They have gone to other countries, other continents to do exploits. We have a testimonial video from one of them. Media team, are we ready for this? Okay, this media team is dulling me.
Okay, so while media team is setting up,
Okay.
I think it's time for payback.
Okay,
So-
what do you have in mind?
So Chidi, you've
Ma?
been a participant at Confab for a while.
Okay.
So can you tell us the impact of Confab in your personal journey, your career, and your activities here?
Okay. God bless you. Okay, personally, I've been a part of the Confab. I wasn't at the first edition. I only attended from the third, and I've been following the Confab from the third edition. And to be very honest, think of it like when you go to the gym and you work out, and after 1 week, you don't see any changes. But you keep working out. Sometime, somewhere, one day, somebody will tell you, guy, you're looking. That is how the Confab has been for me. I just attend, I take notes, and I follow the mentorship sessions. The impact was not direct until it became direct. So going through school, my secondary school, tertiary, I could begin to tell differences in the ways that I handled issues, in the ways that I could evaluate my position at every point in time and decide what was best for me. Right now, in my final year in school, I dropped out because again, I've been able to identify what is right for me per time because of the understanding of patterns, basically, and the grooming and all of the mentorship that I have been gathering unconsciously. I knew that at that point in time, I wanted to do something else, or I wanted to pursue something more profound. I dropped out of school my final year, and that was about 4 years ago. I think that was around Confab, maybe Confab 8, 9, thereabout. And today I run a company that has its strength of 24 persons. We're like the premier 3D visualization brand in Nigeria. And I get invited sometimes by my school to come give talks because it's not it's the thing that I have, not necessarily the education I was trying to gain. So point being, the Confab has helped me understand how to read my environment, how to, I mean, school is the trend, right? How to understand that this might not be the right trend. This is what is right at this time. This is what you should be doing at this time. I mean, it's not like I know 100% all I'm supposed to do in life. And that's why I'm even here today, because I want to keep getting from the source that has been building me up. But yes, the Confab has been a pretty much where I get my understanding of issues, understand how to manage issues, life, etc., etc., etc. Thank you very much.
Wow. Okay.
How did that go for you?
Wow.
Your payback did not work. Look at me now.
Honestly, that was so insightful and so powerful. And there's a trend here. I don't know if anybody has noticed that trend, even right here at this event. When KY was up, when he started telling his stories too, how many people remember the F9 story? And he was saying the F9 and F9. So there's something here, right? The seemingly bad impact or bad things that have happened, see how beautifully it's turning into like, oh, my results were not great. I dropped out of school, and then see where they are today. And like Chidi said, he has come to renew. So he has come to reform.
Exactly.
Even if you're not at a bad place before, you're doing okay. Once you are here again, I just want you to open your mind to receive as much as possible, because what we are going to get here today will still transcend us from this level where we are to a even greater height and greater level. Yeah. So we can go to the testimonials.
Thank you very much. Round a round of applause for the Confab. Are we ready now? Okay. This person whose testimonial we're about to listen to, he used to be a friend of mine, an older friend of mine. Sorry, we're not starting right away. Yeah, good. He used to be, around here. I mean, we used to be in circles together, work in church events, etc., etc. And I've been a part of his story. And just like Mr. Koejo, he had school struggles, he had admission issues, and he always told me, I'll study abroad. He's much older than I am. So then I was already even in school. I could not really understand what he's talking about. That's, bro, what are you? He said he's not going to write jump anymore, that he's going to. He had this dogged faith about what he wanted to do. And at that time, I was still very young in the Confab ecosystem. And I did not understand that he was speaking from a place of Agba Confab, you get. So let's watch the video.
Hi everyone, I'm Brother Emmanuel Aglabi.
Volume, please.
I want to start by thanking Brother Koijo for giving me this opportunity to share my testimony with you. So I want to tell you about God's faithfulness to me since I gave my life to Him and Confab 3. Prior to giving my life to Christ, I had dreams and aspirations of one day coming to America to play basketball and get an education through basketball. I was trying to do it on my own way. And I wasn't really submitting my life to Christ. But after I gave my life to Christ, just like Matthew 6:33 says, seek ye first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and everything else will be added unto you. This has, in fact, been my experience and my testimony. Like I said, I'm here in the US. Shortly after attending Confab, I became the captain of the under-18 junior national basketball team for Nigeria, which led to me getting a scholarship here in the US. I no longer play basketball, but by God's grace, God has established me here. I am into Christian campus ministry. I lead Bible studies at a university that is here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And by God's grace, I have continued to seek his kingdom by his grace. And God has really established me since I've been in this country. I have many testimonies to share from one family giving me $20,000 to pay for college, to another family giving me $9,000. It's just testimony after testimony. Again, I'm here by God's grace. I recently got married about a month ago. My beautiful wife is behind the camera. Her name is Madeline. Hopefully, we'll be visiting Nigeria soon, and some of you can meet her. But I have in front of me my notes from Confab 5. Ignore the 2012. This was in 2014. And this was for the first message. The topic was looking up and moving forward despite life challenges. And even before I wrote down the topic, I wrote a quote, and I believe this is from Brother Koyejo. It says, "Who you become is much more important than what you achieve." And I say that Confab, all the different Confab conferences that I attended have prepared me and made me into who I am today. It hasn't been an easy journey. It's been challenging, but the principles and the values that I learned from Confab, by God's grace, has helped me get to where I'm at today. So I want to encourage you to glean all you can from this conference today. It's about 11 p.m. here. So hopefully this gets to Brother on time. But glean all you can, listen with ears of faith, see with eyes of faith, and just trust God. Again, seek first his kingdom and its righteousness, and everything will be added unto you. You're not seeking his kingdom to get something from it, but that just whatever comes, just comes as a blessing. What God wants is our hearts to surrender under his lordship. So may the good Lord bless you, and may you someday also share your own testimony.
I have seen that video before, but seeing it again almost brings tears to my eyes. I can relate to his story, and it was full of challenges, but Emmanuel is doing fine, and he's doing fine. So
Yes, wow. It's like we have gone through a journey.
I think, sorry, before you, I know that there are other products of the Confab here as well. People who have been part of the Confab over the years. In our next variety session, we would have 1 or 2 persons come share their stories with us as well. It is in the testimonies that we can see how that the Lord has been good and how that lives have been impacted. So do not hide your testimony. Do not hide the thing that has been happening in your life as a result of your connection to the Confab. So please, after the next 1 or 2 sessions, we'll have 1 or 2 persons come share with us. Pick that random. So if you have a story to share, just when the time comes, we'll just have you signify and then you can come up. But right now, we're moving on to the next speaker.
Yes, yes. So you can be thinking of your testimonies and articulating your words before we get to that session. So very quickly, we're moving on to the next session now, and connecting the dots in our connected world. This session will be taken by Mr. Tobe Inadozie. I'm struggling to say whether to say pastor or to say Mr. because he's a very wonderful person. And very briefly, I'm going to be reading his profile. Tobe Inadozie is a business manager focused on using financial models, appropriate risk frameworks, and information technology and operational excellence to create a worthwhile desired customer experience. He is a graduate of Fixes from the University of Lagos. He also holds a master's in information technology from the same university. He attended the Advanced Management Program, AMP 26, of the Lagos Business School. He holds an MBA from Bangor University in Wales. He is also a fellow of the British Computer Society. Tobe Inadozie is not limited to retail and business banking, transaction banking, innovation banking, modeling, risk management. He also transcends to other aspects of the industry. He is innovative leader. He's also passionate about empowering professionals, especially young adults. He is the popular pastor of Faith Church. Faith Church in the house. Hallelujah. Please give a standing ovation as we welcome Tobe Inadozie to take his action. PT.
It's a great opportunity to be here. And I'm so happy I met Ms. Nireti's session. Actually, you know, Yorubas have a saying, Omileyon. When White Clone was less than a year old, we met. So some of the struggles, some of the challenges, some of the issues, some of the business plans, some of the growths, we had loads of discussions at that time. And I'm so happy at how White Clone has become. I'm an ambassador of White Clone wherever I am, and I will continually be. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Connecting the dots is so interesting. Mr. Ambali will be coming up also. He's also a minister of the gospel. Our path first crossed in 1999. So I'm happy we're meeting again today. It's just Dr. Sam. I'm sure we've not sat down to talk. If we talk, we may connect the dots. Pastor Koyejo and I, our path crossed, I think 2005. And one way or the other, we've remained connected since then. I've watched, you know, him grow. And I thank God for his life. The young lady that introduced me, amazing chartered accountant, of course, a member of Faith Church. Our path crossed also like 5 years ago. And it's been amazing watching her growth. She's an inspiration, and there are many people who inspire me here. So I hope the next time I come is going to be your name I would connect the dots to. So I'll be speaking briefly, and let me tell you how important this session is to me. This confidence, wonderful. And the wife, welcome. I've not met you since the marriage. I'm sure I won't be able to talk through many of your names. I'm seeing so many familiar faces. And I'm happy at the progress we are all making. I had to be here. The organizers, they know how tough it was. I had to do everything possible to be here because the testimonials, the testimonies, the people who have come through Confab, it's a great joy to watch their impact. And if you are here today, please glean from all the resources that we'll be speaking, because your impact that will be celebrated is next. Connecting the dots. I've changed the title a little bit because we're all talking about in the world. So what I've titled it to be is Connecting the Dots, New Realities for Visionaries. And as we look at trends, patterns, how can we be empowered to make impact? And I'm going to be talking to you about things I have seen, things I have watched, things I've been involved in, and things I've learned from. Connecting the dots. Why do you have to connect the dots? A lot of things are new. And because a lot of things are new, the strength, the capabilities, the talents of the past, if not refined, will not be viable going into the future. And things are changing. Your relevance in the changing world is highly dependent on your ability to be visionary enough to see the future. And I'm always concerned with what people see. when you see something, it's easy to possess it. So the first question I would ask you here today is, what do you see of yourself? And many times, because people don't see something viable of themselves, they find it difficult to struggle. You know, some years back, I sat with my father and he told me, he said, he's tired of living. I said, Daddy, the reason why you are tired of living is because there's nothing challenging you. There's nothing exciting about your life again. And he said, true. And he said, he would rather not stay here and be a liability. He would rather just go. And in my presence, he started praying to God to come and take him home. That is a man who realized that when you are not able to make impact in your time, your existence here on earth becomes a liability. And as you look at your life, he was over 75 at that time. And he kept on praying. In fact, he did something straight. He started calling pastors, please pray to God to take me home. I have finished my assignment. He said he wasn't seeing anything to do. That everything he thought he could do, he had people who he had groomed who were handling it. In fact, when we come for the family devotion, I will tell him, Daddy, you are the pastor. Take the family devotion. He said, how can I take family devotion? You are here. You're also a pastor. You take it. And I'm like, no, you are my pastor. He said, no, I've trained you enough. So handle the family devotion. He knew his time here had finished because he felt he had finished his assignment. And eventually, when he got the confirmation he was going home, the excitement on his face was strange. And one day, he called me. He arranged everything. He said, I don't want when I'm gone, you would be looking for certain things. No, I need you people to do better than I have done. Arrange his documents, refiled the documents, labeled the files, wrote things down, recorded some, and told me everything I needed to do for the things he was handing over to me. And a few days to when he was to go, as I was with him, he looked at me and smiled that he's going soon. I've told you that story for you to realize that if you are not seeing something ahead, you're as good as dead. What do you see? What is ahead of you? What drives you? What inspires you? What motivates you? If you cannot find something to motivate you ahead, no matter your age, work on it today so that you can have impact. Because everything is becoming new. There is a new world. There is new work. There are new words. There is a new weather. There is new wisdom. There is new wealth. There are new winds. Things are becoming new. Those who succeed are those who are prepared for the new changing times before others. And so they take advantage of the opportunity before others wake up to it. One of the greatest things that happened in my career was that I entered digital banking when people did not believe digital banking would be a reality. The person that advised me to enter digital banking did not enter in. But he told me, he said, I think you can do it. He sat in my panel. He advised me. I entered. Guess what? When I joined the organization where he interviewed me to enter into, it was about 6 levels or 7 ahead of me. In 10 years, I became 2 levels ahead of him. Because I got in there, or they pushed me there, or God arranged for me to be there. May God make certain divinely orchestrated coincidences to come your way. I found myself there. It was new. Nobody wanted to use ATMs. Today you carry ATMs all around. Internet banking. There was no how many people had access to the internet. Mobile banking was not existent in Nigeria. That was when I got in. But guess what? Every time an organization wanted me, they paid premium because it was new. And when it started working, I was blessed to work in one or two organizations where it worked. Everybody wanted to copy that model. And so I got premium. The ability to see the future and be positioned to take advantage of the opportunity is what would create the difference between premium and normal. Stop being normal. Work to be premium. Some people say they pushed you. They pushed me. But guess what? I had to make myself relevant there. I had to travel to countries where digital banking was working, even though it wasn't working in Nigeria. I had to come and tell my managing director and directors stories they had never thought about would work in Nigeria. I remember when I brought up the idea of the first mobile bank, which many banks have today. They told me I was mad. Who would ever want to do a mobile bank? And I remember my MD, Shegun Agbaje, he was deputy MD at that time. He said, any crazy idea you have, bring it. We have 6 billion naira for innovation. That's why I said, we need to do a mobile bank branch on the trailer, move it. There would always be challenges when you are getting into the new because people have not entered it. If you live a life that people are not slapping challenges and why things would not work on you, guess what? The time has moved. Because the challenges have been resolved. So what you are doing today, is it that regular thing that there's nothing special? Every problem has been solved. You can't be premium. What did they not tell me? They will rob the bank. There was no data then. They said, how will you be setting the satellites? They said, people understand when there is no link. But in Guarantee Trust Bank then, we didn't want there to be any point of people getting to a branch and queuing up because network was down. They told me, they said it would be too heavy to be moving because it was going to be armored. They listed all the challenges possible to list. But guess what? The only way you can make impact that will be premium is breaking through challenges. We picked all the challenges one by one and we resolved it. Eventually, all banks copied it. I could go on and on. How prepared are you for the new world? As we talk about the new world, there are three things. Number one, it's an interconnected world. You know, I had a young lady, I'm not sure if she's here, I'm sure she's watching online. She lost a job locally and, she felt so bad. I'm like, come, auntie, that's a local job. It's an interconnected world. How much are they even paying you, by the way? You need to have skills that will be relevant in the interconnected world. And so she brushed up herself, rearranged herself. She applied, she got a job. By the time you convert her salary, because they pay her in dollars, by the time you convert her salary to naira, it's 700% over what she was earning. Because it's an interconnected world. What are you doing to take advantage of the new world, the interconnected world? Number two, it's an interracial world. Different languages. There are some of you, the only language you speak is English and Yoruba. The world has moved beyond that. One of the latest language that is relevant that you need to speak today is the language called technology. Whatever career you are in, speak the technology language. I tell people technology is a language. You're a linguist, be a technology expert in the linguist profession. You're an architect. Without technology, you're not going to be relevant in the next 2 years. You're a medical doctor. Hey, whenever I want to get my glasses today, instead of meeting a physician, because I went to an ophthalmologist, in fact, 2 ophthalmologists, They tried to check my eye, but they made mistakes. I had paid. They gave me lenses that I put on. They were giving me headache. Why use an ophthalmologist? So today, anytime I want to get my glasses, I know where to go to. I walk in by myself. I operate the machine by myself. When I'm done, it gives me what I need for my eyes. It tells me what I need to do. And I pick up my glasses. Guess what? I pick the glasses at about 5% the cost of using 2 ophthalmologists. It doesn't give me headache. So the world is not looking for ophthalmologists who don't speak the language of technology. The world is looking for ophthalmologists who will write what we call the rules engine, using technology language to move the ophthalmology career ahead. It's a world of languages. What language are you speaking? I was with a very dear friend, Dr. Ifuko, and he read English from the University of Lagos. He went to Germany to do his master's and PhD. And I was talking with him and he was mentioning a lot of tech. I said, Oga, hold on now. You read English. He said, my brother, I did English in school, but now I'm a technology expert in the English profession. Very relevant. He's moved to 3 countries. Now he speaks in conferences across the world because he speaks the language of technology. Ask your neighbor, what language do you speak? You're an accountant. Guess what? I'll hire an accountant who can write SQL and query my database to give me better financial reports than an accountant who is chartered and is going to be waiting for someone to print something out of SAP. Because the other one speaks the right language. Number 3 is an informed world. The era has gone where I would deceive you. Your work needs to speak for itself. Just 2 days ago, I was going to get, a room there where I went for a conference. It's easy to pick a room. You know why? Because I went online. And after I checked the area, I asked the software hunting for places for me, sort based on rating and experiences of people. And it sorted it. I didn't look at the ones at the lower side of the ladder. I looked at the ones at the topmost place and I picked the place. And guess what? As I read people's experiences there, when I went there, it was the same experience I had. That's for an hotel. Your life today, there are people who are rating you. If you are someone who speaks too much and there is nothing substantive that comes out of what you say, stop speaking, start doing. Because it's an informed world. What are you doing? What is coming out of you? Start delivering. I like those in the UI UX profession. Do we have anybody in the UI UX profession here? UX, UI, wonderful. Thank you. If you want to get a good job in the UI UX profession, you build your cases. Am I right, young lady? You have to build it. Because when you go for interview, I'm not going to ask you for which school did you go to. School is commodity. It's good to go, understand me, because there are certain gates it will open. But guess what? If I want to hire a UI UX expert, I'm not going to hire you on the basis of your education. It's good, but guess what? That's not what I'm looking for. I would ask you, can I see your cases? Use cases. What are the things you have done? I'll pay you based on it. Today, when we hire programmers, we just stop laptops in front of the programmers. And we tell them, do anything based on this language. At the end of the day, we pay them. I'm a full stack developer. What have you done? I'm an accountant. What has come out of you? I'm an engineer. What can we see? Because it's an informed world. Nobody wants to waste time on something that won't, make sense. I gave you an example. I needed to pick a room. I didn't want to stay in a room where, I will stay in there. Someone will be playing music in the next room. I'll be hearing in my room. I didn't want to stay in a room where, someone will come and bang on my door and say wrong identity. No, I wanted a room that has some tech flavor in it. The only way I could know was to go online and share the experiences of people. And so the room, no key, I love that. As you are moving, the lights are changing. To come in, you need a code or you need to speak to the key lock and everything. Those type of sweet things, because I want to spend my money and I want to enjoy my money. It's an informed world. The same way it benefits some is the same way it strips up benefits of those who don't realize we're in an informed world. The other day, we were doing a hiring process with senior manager. And we wanted to hire senior manager where in their needs of someone to run corporate communications. And as they were coming in for interview, guess what we're doing? We just go online and put in their name. Google, put in their names. There's someone who was looking as if she was going to get the job. We just went online and put in her name. And somebody posted a blog where she went into a party and she slapped somebody and the person slapped her back. That was the end of the interview. And later on she saw me, she said, how did you people dig that about me? We said we didn't dig. Google gave us information. And that's how she lost the job. A job of almost like 24 million. That was how she lost the job. It's an informed world. Some people are saying, no, my name is not on Google. Don't worry. It's on Facebook. Don't worry. It's on Instagram. Don't worry. It's on TikTok. I know in today's world, go to Facebook now. Even if you don't post picture, your pictures that your friends posted and tag you will show. It's an informed world, the new world. Then let's talk about the new work. One of the ways the world has connected dots together to get capacity is there's a new way of work. And the first thing you will find about that new way of work is that before you are hired, people check to see if you are result-oriented. People check to see what type of mindset you have. Number two is it's reformed. Formally, someone needs to push you to work. Today, you need to push the people you are delivering on to show you can deliver. Number three, the work needs to make sense. It has to be reasonable. Before, if you want to hire, I remember when I was hiring customer service people for our microfinance bank some time ago, when we just bought a microfinance bank. I told the people, I said, the only criteria is someone who can smile. And they were looking at me. I said, yes. I need someone who has an attitude of gratitude to be in customer service. Because guess what? Any other thing I can train anybody. Am I right? Some customer service people are looking at me. No. Customer service has gone to a higher level. I can train someone who has the right attitude to do anything that someone who has a bad attitude is doing. And so I told them, I said, sift through all the CVs. And when they are coming to me, I stayed in a far place, so they have to walk. Let me see confidence when they are walking. Not someone that is walking, that is looking down and looking. I want to see how bold you are. Look at me face to face. Number two, I want to see how you can smile. Because when my customers come in and you're in customer service, before they open accounts, before they ask for their balance, before they ask any question, what would they see first? Shiny teeth, not like my own teeth. I need someone who can smile better than me. I am at the back office. Before they get to me, I was the managing director. How many people would I see? But my customer service had to be spot on. And the HR was giving me different conditions. Sir, and we have people who have masters. What do I want to do with masters for customer service? We have this one who is chartered. What do I need chartered? It's customer service. I can train the person. I can send the person to UK to go to customer experience conference. I can send the person anywhere. I just need attitude for my customer experience. The head of HR was fighting with me. I said, well, you yourself, your job is under probability. Because if you cannot see what I'm saying, Praise the Lord. And that was how we say hiring people with attitude. Guess what? One day, a top politician was talking to me. And he was like, I like coming to your bank branch. He said, I don't have much to do. But every time I'm depressed and the work and it's killing me and everything is, I just come into your office because the smiles of your customer service people alone gives me encouragement. He will just come in. Can I see my account balance? He will sit down, drink water, and go back to his office. But guess what? As he was drinking the water, they were smart enough to be making him to mop his accounts in other banks to our bank. Attitude. Work has changed. And so for every work now, people are looking for not just the paper qualification, the new work qualification. I'll give you one more before I leave. The other day, I needed to hire a team lead for my service management, a service delivery manager for an organization where I was heavily involved in, where I'm heavily involved in. And we're bringing me CVs and all that. What is service delivery? What do I need? I need someone who has empathy. These are things which before you will not consider when you are hiring. I need someone who has empathy. I need someone who understands that if someone cannot connect, someone has lost the password. Not someone that will say, you have lost your password for 5 times in 1 month. What are you thinking about? Service, the empathy. And so they brought me this CV, they brought me that CV, they brought me this, they brought me everything. I'm like, I don't want paperwork. See the people. Panion said there is COVID. I said, it doesn't matter. See them online. You will feel the person who has empathy online. The questions you will throw at the person, let it be questions that will throw up, whether the person has empathy or not. The reason why I'm saying this is some of us are still living in the past. You have 20 certifications. Guess what? I can train someone, send a person to school to get those certifications if he has attitude. Are you with me? Are you with me? Have I lost you? If I've lost you, please come back. And so I was looking for empathy. Service delivery manager is about empathy. And so we're asking different questions. Some people were trying to show us how skilled they are, how technical they are. They were even teaching the people asking them questions. The right questions they should have asked them are like this type of person. If a director should lose password, this type of person would abuse the director. The director would just fire all of us. Push this one to one side. Eventually, we got someone who, had empathy, who wanted to follow through, who, if you cough, do your interview, fake cough, because they are tests to test all these things. The HR people will tell you. When you do a fake cough, some people will be like, why is he coughing? Why is he for? What is wrong with him? You are doing the interview. Don't you have money to buy water? Water is 100 naira per bottle. But the one that will say, oh, sorry, sir. Are you okay? Are you fine? Sir, can I just hold on? You need to take water. Counseling you like a counselor, service delivery manager. Eventually, she resumed. The trainings which she needed to add to what she had, we spent the money to send her for the training. So work has changed. So you need to understand the new work so that you can be relevant. I'll quickly move through the others because of time. As we talk about new things, new world, new work, the third thing I want to talk about is new words. There are new words that are dropping in, and this is especially for entrepreneurs. Number one is sustainability. Everything you do today, how sustainable is it? And as we talk about sustainability, if you are going to be raising funds, if you are going to work in a place that will raise funds, sustainability is not just about your business alone. How sustainable is the world going to be with the type of business you are running? I was watching, I don't know how many of you have watched The Den. How many of you have watched The Den, where people go to raise funds? Or you have not? Watch it. Sometimes the reason why these investors will push money is because your business is going to help the world. I was in a conference just about 3-4 days ago, and someone told us how they raised about $120 million. Guess what? They changed their business model. They created a business model that will preserve the world in their own little corner. And investors are like, oh, thank God there's going to be a world for our children. Let me tell you, for those of you who are not watching global warming, I'll talk a little bit about that. The world is going, you don't know. Some people are like, Jesus Christ will come before them. What if he doesn't come? What if he doesn't come? The world is going. In the UK, heat is killing them like never before. Different parts of Europe. There are parts of US today that heat is so terrible. So the world is going. So there are people who are in, possession of real money. They want to support businesses that are thinking of the sustainability of the world. And for those of you who don't know, there is a career in sustainability. How many of you are aware of that? Viable career. In fact, the few of them that are in Nigeria, they are looking for them because many global companies are looking for those in sustainability. Those are new words. I'm not saying after this, everybody will just say, oh, I'm going into the career of sustainability. There's a place for purpose. Number two, being supportive. Partnership has become more critical than ever. If you want to watch how the world is going, you'll find out that companies that are able to partner with others are the companies who are thriving more. Individuals who are able to partner with others will be the individuals who will thrive more. How partnerable are you? Lone stars will die. In fact, the world today abhors lone stars. I like telling the story of my village, where a man, built a very big house. But guess what? Everybody surrounding him, they could not build good houses. Initially, he will flaunt his wealth in the old world and coming into the house and stay. Today, he and his children, they cannot go home. You know why? Because the poverty all around them, if they go home, if kidnappers are looking for who to kidnap, whose house do you think they will go to first? And so now he cannot stay in the house. How supportive are you? What support structure do you have around you? What value have you added to people that they are waiting for an opportunity to give you value? Learn to have so many people owing you value because you've added value to their life. That's being supportive. How many? How many? As you look at your life today, sorry, let me check how many minutes I have. Okay, thank you. As you look at your life today, who have you ever supported without asking anything back in return from? Who have you been able to hold? And today, the person is succeeding. You say, I'm hustling now. How will a hustler like me help somebody? In your hustling, there's something you can do to add value to somebody. Because that's what the world is looking for. Because we've realized, especially with COVID, that if we don't work together, the world will be destroyed. So, initially, when some countries were making vaccines, they were vaccinating their people. Guess what? The people who were coming from outside were infecting the people who were vaccinated. Then we started seeing different strains of COVID. Then the world woke up and said, if the whole world does not recover, no part of the world has recovered. How supportive are you? What deposits of value do you have waiting to become something of value for you tomorrow? Who can you look at today that you can hit your hand on your chest and say, oh, I thank God for where this person has got to. I have at least something to say that I contributed to it. Start sowing it early so that you can reap it, and not when you should be reaping. You will start sowing, because before you will reap at that time, you will not be here again. I'm sorry, with all sense of humility. Many times when I travel, there's someone waiting to buy tickets for me in that country. But as I cast my mind, some of them is 20 years experience. So Some of them, they borrowed money, they didn't pay back. Oh, praise the Lord. They borrowed. But I knew they couldn't pay back at that point in time. I remember one, he even married a beauty pageant with my money. But he didn't have to pay back. And I was making money. What is the use of embarrassing him with his newfound wife and letting her know that the money my friend used to marry you is borrowed money? But guess what? Today is a big boy. He can give me that money times 100. Start sowing seeds now. Today. Someone is doing something, you can contribute, you can volunteer, you can add. Not money always, though. What ideas are you putting on the table? What energy are you using to make the ideas become reality? Pastor Kuyejo is here. You think if I need a software, I will not throw it to Chronicles? Will you not do it for me? Will you charge me? He won't charge me. And I'll tell you why. We have come on a very long journey. He knows I will not give him work to do without paying him. But guess what? If I am stranded, I have probably about 75 to 100 programmers across the world that I can call on. Some of them, when they first started, when they brought the idea, it didn't make sense. So they struggled. But we came together. I didn't even know as much as they knew, but all they just wanted was someone who would hear them and help to prune the ideas. And he is leading a team of programmers today. He's running his company. I'm using this as an example, but these are real things. I'll give you one final example. I may not finish my paper so that I can meet up with the time. I took a mortgage from a bank to buy some houses. And economic downturn affected my businesses. And we couldn't pay the mortgage. And they slammed us default charges and all that of about 42 million on top of the mortgage value. And so I called the bank. I said, I want to pay this mortgage. At least create a plan to pay. I said, but I hear that they want to sell my house because the bank needed to recover its money. And the head of in fact, the executive director said, your own house. They don't know it is you. He made a call. The person that was gathering people to go and sell their, okay, I didn't know it is you. Her own boss called me and said, you care. No, we can't do that. They prepared a letter, which they weren't doing for others. They wrote to the managing director. He said, this is to be. So all the default charges, all the unnecessary accrued interest, let's knock it off. One letter, they knocked off 37.5 million. Second letter, they knocked off almost another 12 point something million. That's how almost 50 million was knocked out of the mortgage sum. They asked me, how do you want to pay the balance and how long? Guess what? The head of that department, when we acquired that bank, they were going to sack her. 8 years ago, I never knew she would one day become the head. But 8 years ago, they were going to sack her. And she came into my office and she was like, why do they want to sack us? They should first check what we can do. I was in executive management in that bank. I was the ED of the service bank. And so I walked up to the group MD. And I'm like, why are we sacking these people? What have they done? We've acquired their bank. It's not their fault. Can we just interview them and see those who are competent and let them take places? And that's how the job of almost about 13 to 15 senior management staff were rescued. She was one of them. She never forgot. She never had the opportunity to give me back that value until 8 years after, where they had to write and they knocked off the default charges and all the other funny interest of almost 50 million. You don't know where that seed you are planting today will get to. I could go on and on and on. The other day, someone was in a funny country. New words. What are the words that drop out of you? How valued do you see people? I'll wrap this. All the other things, you can get the material from the organizers. Someone who I hadn't seen in about 20 years. Saw someone that knew me. So the person was saying, I know so. She said, hey. She said, I've been looking for him. And she sent a message to me. She said, I've been looking for you. Said, I'm here in Nigeria. We are hustling together. Are we not hustling together? I said, we are hustling together. I'm in Nigeria. And she said, you don't know what you did in my life, but I can never forget. What happened? She had a twin sister when she was young, about 12 or 13. But they didn't used to let her talk. I was a brother to her elder brother. So anytime they shut her down, I would say, what did you want to say? Come and say it. And I would see reason in many of the things she said. 13, no? 13, 14. And everybody just knew me as the one who would always give opportunity to those who they want to shut down. Move over 20-something years after, she met someone. Did I know what I was doing then would never give any result? No, I just did it. You know, one day, she said I should send my driver somewhere. And my driver got there. And she gave my driver a Pathfinder Jeep. Take it to your guy. Tell him it's my gift to him. You don't know. I didn't do anything except anytime they shut her down because she was the one they always felt didn't make sense. I would just listen to what she has to say. Over 20-something years after, she sent me a Pathfinder Jeep. Not just a Pathfinder Jeep. She asked me, how many children do you have? She sent flight tickets and hotel booking that you need to rest. You are stressing yourself too much in Nigeria. That's how me and my entire family, we landed in Dubai, all expense paid for vacation. I didn't do anything. The only thing I did was to let her voice be heard. If you want to connect the dots, today you may not be able to connect everything because some of these things you didn't know. Start adding value to the lives of people around you. Live a life that everybody around you gets better every time they encounter you. Thank you very much and God bless you.
You can't stop clapping. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Chidi, before you say anything, okay. So I just want to know, Mr. Tobe posted about this program on Twitter, and somebody on Twitter mentioned in the comment section that, oh, we would really love to hear Mr. Tobe speak. Is the person here? I can't remember the name now. In fact, I would like the person to give testimony afterwards. Yeah, so powerful.
This is maybe my first, maybe or second time hearing Mr. Tobe speak, and there's a reason why people are running around to come and hear him speak. Thank you so much, sir, once again. I feel like we need to do an audition for the person that will come and summarize this session because, yeah, you get it. So,
the stakes are high.
yeah, the stakes are very high. Okay, any volunteer? I would like to summarize as well. Okay, so along with, he raised his hand first. Okay, but let's make it very snappy, very, very snappy. Give us your name and very, very, very snappy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sirs.
Good afternoon.
I am glad to be part of this gathering. You know what? Because I have been liberated. All right. I have not met you before, sir, but I could say you are wonderful. The basic thing I picked from his section is that you cannot give what you don't have. And if I tell you to give something, give value. Because with value, you are going to change the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There was someone else who had a hands up here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, our
Good afternoon.
speakers, and good afternoon to the organizer of this event. Thank you so much. That was a very, very powerful section. Like, I need to read again. Okay, so one major point is the speaker said the world is becoming new. So we have to adjust to the newness of the world. So you don't just be fixated on one particular area. Okay, I have my degree, I have all this qualification. What other skill do you have? And he also emphasized on the importance of the right attitude. That really got me, especially part of interviewing someone and somebody's like, okay, coughing, and you just want to know how this person has empathy. And I just kind of related to myself. And also the part he said customer service, something like that, that somebody missed his password and you'd be like, on normal, they'll be like, how you be changing password like that? So, so you need to be more compassionate, have the right attitude. And also he talked about value, which is very, very important. You don't wait to do the big things for people. What are the little investment that you can invest in people? And one other thing is that you shouldn't look at people like, okay, this person is the kind of person that will repay me in the future. This is the person I want to invest in. Even ordinary people, even people that you might not even have idea that they will do something for you in the future. Just invest, be generous with your life, live a generous
Thank you
life.
very much. Thank you very much. Honestly, we can go on and on and on. Personally, at first I thought what I picked from what he said was we're in a connected world, and the new work, a new world, and how that skills are the thing, and I can relate to that very well. And I thought that's what I want to talk about. Well, as the session went on and on, I had to keep writing and canceling. And no, this is not what I want to say. No, it's every single part of this session had something to be learned. And I think the most profound for me right now is the value you add to people. What improvement did this person encounter by virtue of the time they spent with you? How better did their life become because they encountered you? It's basically that. And from his stories, you can tell that if we want to fill this hall with people that have been impacted by Mr. Tobe, directly, indirectly, proxy, as a pastor, not as a pastor, whichever, we would need, like, I don't know how many, but I shall know this hall will not take us. In that same vein, would also even like to recognize I believe, one of the people you've impacted. They are here in our midst, Ambassador Confidence and Mrs. Leborsi Raphael. Oh, he's not here. Oh, okay. He's the international ambassador for peace. We would recognize him when he gets in here. But again, I know they came here through you, and I know that they're probably one of the products of your. Sorry. Please, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today. I just wanted to say that we're here to support Pastor Courageous. I've never met you in person, sir. I'm so happy to meet you. And also, not only has my husband been impacted by Pastor Courageous, he has also been impacted by Pastor Tobe and Pastor Albert. I'm like, yes, Johnson Abali. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, everybody. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much. This is a testament to the fact that every single person here is a mentor and is a source to a lot of us here. I have been under the tutelage of pretty much every one of them, and my life has been better for it. Without, yeah, please.
So there's something else that Pastor Tobe did. I think he shook some tables here. Yeah, he said something and that hit me hard. I'm like, oh, I don't know if anybody got that. So He said Lone Stars would die. So a good way to prove that you're not a Lone Star will be to connect with the person right next to you. Do not just stand up from your seat and just like Dr. Sam said that some people turned church to a car wash center. They just stand up and go to the car park. They've forgotten everything in the church. So do not just stand up and make this a car wash or restaurant or what, or a movie or a cinema. Do not just make this place a cinema, right? Make sure you connect with people close to you, in front of you, at the back, even in the course of this program as well.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to, after the next session, we'll have a bit of a networking session, like you have said, where we'll get to meet the next person beside you. We're in an interconnected world, and you don't know who the next person is. You don't know what the next phase of your life is. You don't know how useful they can be to you in that phase. You don't know how your, like you said, it is the companies that collaborate the best that are currently, are keeping their head above the water right now. So yes, we're definitely going to interact right after the next session. I'll have Dorcas introduce our next speaker right away.
Okay. Ready. So I hope you've been having a wonderful time already. So the next session, we go to the third session now, fourth session, my apologies, will be taken by Mr. Johnson Abali. And that session is about changing times, changing trends, and making the most of all of this. So I'm going to be reading about Mr. Johnson Abali. He is the Chief Executive of Lightfield House International, a talent profiling organization. He is the president of Achievers Consortium International. The HCI is a community of young professionals who collaborate and share resources to help raise the next generation of leaders in Africa across 15 sectors. He has representatives and also represented in different events in Nairobi, Kenya. He is a fellow of African Institute of Entrepreneurs. He is a member of the Women Capital Policy Commission of Nigeria Economic Summit Group that covers the health, education, and youth development sectors. He is the chairperson of Youth Development Subcommittee of the Policy Commission. He is a core skill facilitator with British Council Nigeria for connecting classroom programs. He is a facilitator at Faith Foundation and has managed several events, including Business on Radio, Samsung Real Dream Program, and Aspiring Entrepreneur Program. He serves on the board of the Education Burden Bearers Group and of the Apostles in the Marketplace. He is the Deputy Chairman, Board of Governor Inspiration Schools in Ogun State. He is the Chairman of Imagine Media Communications, publisher of Home and Office Magazine. Mr. Abali has been severally recognized for his contributions to human capacity development. Some of his awards include recipients from University of Benin, his Business Management Conference Awards of 2012. He's also received the Award of Excellence from Faculty of Medicine, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ileife. He is an alumnus of the United States government prestigious Annual International Visitors Leadership Program in Washington, D.C. He is an author and he has continued to be a sought-after speaker in both corporate events and youth conferences locally and internationally. Please welcome Mr. Johnson Abali to the stage as the stage is.
I think you can do better. You probably don't know him, that's why.
Hello. How you guys doing? Wow, Pastor Tobe. Should we still have this session after him? That was incredible. Thank you so much, sir, for blessing us. Dr. Sam, it's a pleasure to have you. Everybody give it up for Koya Joe. He is an incredible man. It takes power to bring people together like this. I want to thank you for what you've done. Thank you so much for this great work. Can you now all please, according to your value, clap for yourselves? They didn't understand. They didn't understand. These are Arsenal fans. They topped the table only at the beginning. I said, according to your value. Okay, shake yourself loose and said, I'm happy to be here. Come on now. If that sounds like you, make some noise in the house. Again, thank you very much. Before I'm tempted to say hallelujah, sit down. Okay, now it's good to be here. I have a slide, I believe. I know I only have very limited time, and I'm going to be very quick about it. Wow. There was a gentleman I was eyeing here a long time ago. He was wearing a very powerful suit, and I was going to ask him, what do I have to do to get him to sew that suit into my life? Now he took off. All right. Have you been having a wonderful time, ladies and gentlemen? That yes does not even nearly cut it. Have you been having a wonderful time? My biggest regret today was that Lagos traffic held me back from listening to Dr. Sam. And I'm happy that there are recordings of these sessions, and I will go back to it because it's amazing to be in a room where you have to pull ideas and resources from all kinds of people that God has put along your path. I tell people that when you hear them say that help is on the way, it does not mean that help is coming. That's not what it means. It means that help is on the way. It means you only find help when you start moving. And as you move, you meet help. You move again, you meet more help. You move again, you meet more help. Do you understand that now? It is on the way. It's not coming to you, you go to it. You get a picture? So if you're sitting on an idle waiting for some breakthrough to happen, why wait for a breakthrough when you could just walk through? Do you understand? That is why it's important to come to a place where you hear people talk, because words are powerful. It is the source of creation. You know that now. Without words, nothing will exist. Do you understand? So one of the greatest assets that you can have is to listen to people talk, because when they talk, they're giving you access to their realms of ideas and frequencies of thought. All right. And when you're able to tap into those frequencies, you produce what they produce, because if you can't think the way I think, you can't produce what I do. It's very simple. That's why we can't be God, because his thoughts are far away from. You get it? So now if you're listening to Pastor Tobe, for instance, every day, before you know what is happening, you already begin to think like him and achieve like him. You understand? Attend conferences, save money for events like this. I don't know why it's still free, sir. Make them pay something next time. It's healthy. Even if it is 500 naira, let them pay something. I mean, if you'll be happy to pay 500 or 1,000, right? Pay something. Sometimes by yourself, refuse to take some things free. If they say, okay, this is a free event, say to yourself, okay, you know what can I give back? Why? Because you need to complete the circuit. You don't understand what I'm saying? There is nothing in the universe that functions without that dual nature, that dichotomy of receiving and taking. All right? You get what I'm saying? Seeds, time, and harvest. It won't end. So when you give, be prepared to what? Receive. So when you're receiving, do what? Give. So the people who do not always want you to give, even though they are giving you, they're not letting you complete the circle, which simply means that you can continue to get and not grow because the circuit is not complete. Do you get it? So always insist, what can I give back? It's a free event, but what can I give back? All right. I don't have time. Let's rush now. Can I have the slide? Is it possible? Okay, changing times, changing trends. All right. Everybody else, apart from those of you in this room, call me Insta-Dad. And that's because that doesn't mean Instagram daddy. It simply means that I have decided to step into the role of providing a virtual father capacity to a lot of young people who are escaping from the real world and they are trying to find reality in the virtual. And it's okay, you come to the virtual world, you find me there. All right, so that we can provide some kind of guidance and support. And we are helping thousands of young people rediscover themselves and find meaning. So I am a conceptual theorist of something we call the fifth path thinking model. It's a model that a lot of folks are not familiar with because we are typically linear in our thinking. We follow things from one point to the other. That's how we think. But the world never functions linearly. In fact, if you're linear, you're dead. How many people have seen that monitor they attached to your line? What does that mean? Doesn't that mean smooth? No trouble. If God allowed you to plot the graph of your life, wouldn't it be exactly how it will look like? Straightforward. They give birth to me. I go to London. I have people taking care of me. I show up to a big house and mansion. I don't even need a mortgage. You understand? I buy the things I want, leave, I enjoy myself, and then die. Straight line. But then unfortunately, you couldn't live that way. God wouldn't let you live like that. You know why? Because you see, when you have capacity and a lot of things are hiding inside of you, you need pressure for the thing to come out. I don't know if you get it. Pressure is required for the load you carry because there is treasure in the earthen vessel. And that thing cannot come out until the earthenware is broken. Because if you don't break the verse, the fragrance won't reach out. So you will need to be put in situations where you will have to test your power and then come out strong. So that's why you go through situations that put you in a place where you start to wake up to what you truly carry. I'm still waiting for this slide. All right. And so the truth of the matter is there any difference? Okay, the truth of the matter is there's a difference. Small difference, but powerful, right? This one connected the dots. Let me tell you a quick takeover story. I will talk about fifth path thinking next time, but the truth of the matter is there's a lot we could do with the way that we think. Because many times the place that you are is a function of the mental frame that has produced it. You cannot achieve outside your mental frame. Your mental frame is supplied by your entire experience growing up until where you are now. Okay? So if you want to achieve something different, you have to attack the frame that has produced this. It's mental frame that will make somebody walk to Eco Hotel and Suite and walk by. You know why? Because it has this feeling it's not for me. Do you know they don't collect gate fee at the hotel gate? Which means you can actually go in. But if the mental frame suggests that it's for big people, and I am not a big person, and if you walk into the place, you start to have what they call the imposter syndrome. That syndrome you're struggling with is from the frame of mind that has been programmed over time. And so if you want to achieve more, you have to dismantle that frame and get a whole new frame that tells you, with me, nothing shall be. That's a frame that takes you there. Do you understand? It's a mental frame that restricts you to certain, how will I call this now? Let me call it your poverty threshold. Okay? Some people's poverty threshold is at, say, 100,000 naira, for instance. Which is to say, if I give them 1 million, I put them in crisis. They will have no rest until they squander that 1 million and come to the threshold where they are comfortable. You understand what I'm trying to say? Give them one. My brother, I was looking for you, sir. You. I like your suit. What's your name, sir? Joseph. When you're running away, I will take your garment. All right, thank you very much. You guys got it? What was I saying before Joseph came? The possible threshold, thank you. So I gave him 1 million, and guess what has happened? He can't sleep at night. If I put this 1 million in the bank now, they can fold up tomorrow. My money will be gone. If I put it in a house, people are these bad boys. they can come in and break through. Ah, 1 million, he can sleep. Because it is much, much higher than the poverty threshold. You get what I'm trying to say? His frame is not there. He will start spending. He will buy 2 keke marawas. He will buy big chain, big things. He doesn't need. But that's the best time to borrow money from him. Tell it, can I see like 5,000 in your hand? Say, about 20,000. So why is he saying that? Because it's going. He will stay in that spending spree until he hits 100,000 naira. He will not achieve equilibrium. That's when peace will come. They can now say, this money is almost finished. I'm not giving anybody anymore. So what has happened to him is that he has now come into a threshold. Make sense? So if you want to make that person wealthy, you have to do something about that threshold. It has to move, because so long as it stays there, you can't even give him a product of 500,000 to sell. You can't sell it because he can't buy it. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? Even when he's trying to sell it to you, he's feeling pity for you. You mean you will spend 500,000 to buy? Brother, I know say the thing there, but if you fit, why can't he sell it? So that is why sometimes when we interview people who want a job on behalf of clients, all right, because I'm into talent profiling as well. When we're doing these interviews, you know what we're trying for? We're not just looking for your skills. We're looking for several other things. Number one, your intellectual growth capacity. We need to know, does this person have the capacity for growth on the job? Because you see, that job we are giving to you now may be very different in 2 years' time. GT Bank can testify. They used to be a commercial bank. They think they are still a commercial bank. They are not. They are a financial technology firm. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? That's what they are now. So if you came with business and finance, you understand you know nothing. So how quickly can you move rows? Is it me? Okay. So how quickly can you morph roles very quickly? You understand what I'm trying to say? That's what we're looking for. So if I need somebody to handle, tickets in 9 figures, I need to know whether you can handle 100,000. So these are things we check. Otherwise, fraud will happen. The reason many times fraud happens is because you put somebody in a place that his life has not prepared him for, and so he thinks this is now my chance to grab all that money and disappear once in a while. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's a problem. So you look for to know exactly what to tie down. Unfortunately, school doesn't prepare you for this. I'll come to last school later on. But what I want to look at here is very quickly. Let me tell you a story. And this is something that happened here in Nigeria. I want to tell you how trends work. Now, Pastor Tobe may be familiar with this story. I hope he's not. But here's the thing. A group of young men in a particular banking institution, I won't mention their name, came together and then decided they were going to actually take over another bank. And then they just, and they know there is no way they can take over this bank nicely. Okay? So they went through the route of the stock exchange. So they floated a number of shares security firms that are buying the shares of that company, a couple of them. And then the people on this bank, all they could see when they look at their stock portfolios would be, okay, we have quite a number of institutional investors. These people are coming in. Okay, now, no problem. And before you realize what's happening, all of those corporations are bought off all those shares. Everybody knows where I'm going. And and then one morning, somebody just walked into the office of that particular bank and say, walk into the MD's office and say, how are you, sir? You are in my chair. Is this some joke or what? You are in my chair, sir. Why? Because I own this company now. So what are you saying? You need 51% of the entire place to have controlling stake. I do, sir. Because by the time I collapse all of those my share corporations together, I have more than 51%. You are in my chair. That's what they call hostile takeover. And the guy's supposed to go in now, what's happening? And then he started sweating in his AC. Why? Because you see, that's how trends work. small movements here and there, and you feel comfortable in your castle, not knowing that the systems around the world are already running circles around you. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? And then before you know what is happening, they are taking you over. This kind of hostile takeover is happening not only in that institution I've mentioned, but everywhere else in the world. From politics to religion to your personal life and all of that. So if you are in a place and you feel comfortable, watch it. Nokia went out of business and they didn't know what they did wrong. In fact, by the time the MD of Nokia, the way we knew it, was resigned, he was literally weeping. He said, but we did everything wrong. Trends happen. You get what I'm saying? Now, there are some people who have the capacity to just spot trends are. They are called trend spotters. All right. Some people somehow are able to connect all the trend dots to know where the buck is headed, and then they build systems and solutions for where that buck is going. Are you following me so far? All right. While others don't, they sit down and do nothing. There is no hope there. Next slide, please. Because of time, I'm going to rush through a number of this. Next, I want to show you. I want to show you something. First, we call it change in epochs. Trend begins. Let me tell you this. Mankind has gone through these 3 epochs, but they have no idea they were going through it. All right? There are organizations and nations who are smart enough to know when these things are happening. Number 1, geographical wealth. There was a time in mankind where the wealthiest continents and countries were those with the raw materials, right? Those who have the gold and the diamonds and the bitumen and the chromium and all of that, you know? And then we are the Cape of Good Hope. Everybody was coming here because then Africa was one of the superpower nations, all right? In the 1500s, we are mighty people. Geographical wealth place us in a place where you couldn't possibly call us underdeveloped. Not possible. But you know, on the other side got really smart. So what they did was, even though they didn't have the raw materials, they began to move into a new phase that gave them competitive advantage over those of you who had the raw materials. That is where the anthropological wealth came in. The word anthropo means man. All right. So basically, they're talking about wealth in human resource. That is where education comes in. But those of you who are not familiar, 500 years ago, there was no public school system. It was the birthplace of the anthropological wealth. All right. So suddenly, people began to realize that we may not have. Can I change this mic? Let's go back to the Asian landmarks. Give me the one I was using before. Thank you very much. While I was sitting there, that's how they faced all the AC to me. I told this brother, you people want to use the AC to kill us. If you are there and the AC is too strong, please speak out now. Don't take pneumonia home. I came for Confab and I connected the dots to my bones. You understand? Speak out now. Do you understand? Can I go on? So these guys now realize that if we start to empower our people, we can transform their minds into becoming the most powerful resource there is, so that even though we don't have the raw material, we will at least have the technical expertise on what to do with the raw material, so we can go to the people who have the raw material, take the raw material and produce the finished product. Because guess what? We have the human resource. And that was where they began to school young people to learn science and engineering and technology and mathematics and language and arts. These were the building blocks that help the anthropological wealth grow. So guess what? The wealthiest nation in the world now became the nations no longer the ones with the gold and diamond, but the ones with the largest supply of scientists, with the largest supply of engineers, with the largest supplies of mathematicians. Because now wealth has moved from the ground, it has come to the person. Did you get it? Did you guys get it? But unfortunately, There are some part of the world who did not make that transition. They continue to kill themselves over geographical wealth, where the rest of the world moved on towards anthropological wealth. So a country like Japan, that is essentially a stone country with virtually very little natural resource, became the center of automobile on earth because they built their people to learn how to use the available to do the impossible. So they can come all the way to Africa and pick your aluminium and pick other things you don't need. And then take all of that. They don't have one single ton of iron ore in their country. But they are, I mean, a lot of us, Pastor Toby talked about the gift you received. That was a Toyota brand, is it not, sir? Nissan, oh, okay. I thought it was Toyota, so you should change to Toyota. Japan too, you get a picture. Now here's where the point is. How did Japan become the country that gave us all our automobiles when they have nothing, or somebody say anthropological wealth? I mean, it simply means that I don't even have to have anything. I mean, look at the United States. The United States don't, yes, they have, they produce oil. Some people don't know America actually produces oil. They do, but they have to drill much deeper than those of us in this part of the world. You get what I'm trying to say? Sometimes they have to even drill to rocks through a process they call fracking to be able to get oil. But here, different. If you go to those places, you have to cultivate, even possibly even use technology or chemicals to prepare the ground to be able to grow anything. In this place, finish cooking your amalate wedu and pour the pepper on the stones in front of your house. Come back next week. The pepper is growing. Your environment is blessed. Did you see that now? You see this thing we're enjoying, this is our weather we're enjoying. The people over there only get it for like 2 months. They call it summer. We are in permanent summer. You get a picture. So when you go to a place like Washington, for instance, and then the sun is burning, that is sun in a temperate region, which means it is not moisturized. The sun there will literally be drying your skin. That is why skin cancers is very prevalent in that part of the world. But when you come to Africa, tropical regions, when the sun is hitting us here, guess what? It makes us sweat. It moisturizes our skin. It gives us vitamin Q. You get a picture. If they have the way, they would like to swap continent. If they can pay us, I mean, let me not tempt you now, because if the Americans come and say, if we give each one of you $1 million to move out to America so Americans can come here, who will take the deal? Somebody will say, when are we moving, sir? You understand what I'm saying? But here's what the problem is. If I move all of you to the US and I take all the indigents or the inhabitants there here, the situations will switch in 10 years. Over here, you will see technologies you've never seen before in your life. Over there, suddenly, Eden will become a desert. Because the environment will only rise or fall to the degree of the man who occupies it. All right? You're lucky today used to be Morocco yesterday. Is it not? So what changed? The ground is still the same, but the people changed. You get it? So your environment will not change. It is the man that changes, and then the environment adapts to the man who has changed. I used to ask people, between Jacob and Esau, who changed? People say, Esau changed this man. I say, it's Eliza. It was Jacob that changed. Do you understand what I'm saying? Esau was only reacting to the change that has not happened to Jacob. I mean, somebody came with 400 men that drew the sword to come and fight and kill you. And the moment you showed up, all that murderous hate turned into the tender embraces of a brother. Why? Because Jacob was left alone and Jacob became Israel. The man changed. So don't wait for things to get easier. Wait for you to get better. That's a good place to clap. Do you understand? Now, guess what? The world has moved from anthropological wealth to what you call abstract wealth. Abstract. literally you can create wealth from nothing. Now, what this means is this. It means that there was a time when you need to have real gold standard to drive the economy and the currency. Geographical wealth. Now, it came to a time that your smarts, that means how intelligent you were, how smart you were, could deliver the goods. So people now had to have a degree, had to have PhDs, have to have masters, anthropological wealth. Now we have now moved to a whole new world order. It is now abstract, which means that you see boys without access to even one plot of land, boys without a degree in any university, becoming what? Millionaires and billionaires. How? Because they have entered the era of abstract wealth that thrives only entirely on ideas. So somebody can create an application and sell it for $27 billion. It doesn't have a PhD. It doesn't have a land with gold in it. What it has is abstract wealth. The trend has changed. But guess who is still in geographical wealth? You know the answer, right? We have refused to move with that trend. As a matter of fact, these whole continent is surviving on grace. You know why I said that? Because of your failure to move, your life literally is not yours anymore. Do you know that? Because now you say, oh, I'm intelligent. Really? Who wrote you the curriculum that gave you the knowledge? And you think that if I want to dominate Africa, I will put you in a position where you become far more empowered than I am? No, I'm going to give you a curriculum that helps you know just so much, that keeps you comfortable so that you are not able to vie against me. Why? Because I don't want you to become too powerful. All right, so that I no longer have access to your strategic metals. No, I don't want that. So I decide what you learn, how you learn. I don't even want you to learn anything about the African history. I want you to learn about European history. So some of you know more about America than you know about your village. It's a curriculum. That's what they call it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you're sick right now and I go and I put together 1 or 2, 3 leaves and roots and I give to you to drink the concoction, you say, herbalist. But if I go to a pharmacy and I buy something white and round and I drink it, oh, thank God for doctors. You get what I'm saying? Meanwhile, that's your pharmaceutical is nothing more than the natural material somebody has sat down to study, and now they have identified and isolated all the active ingredients, taken to the laboratory so that they can synthesize it into a drug and reproduce it. That's basically what God said in Genesis chapter 1. He said, you should be what? Fruitful, and what? Multiply, and what? Replenish, and what? Have dominion. Those 4 things in exact order. All right. So they took the fruitfulness and they did what? Multiply it, because they took it into a lab and then they produced more and more and more of the same. So that as it multiplies all over the place, that is how you replenish. And when you are fully replenished the whole place, you have dominion. It's an order. It's a good place to clap. Don't clap in your heart. African people, you want to clap, so your spirit that is clapping. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? And that is how it works. Hello. Now we're in abstract world. That's the trend. And that trend is changing pretty fast. So today you will see young boys on the street who in 17th century, you have to be born into privilege. Because how could you say you want to marry in privilege? In fact, in those days, they have what they call the Elizabethan chain of being, which means that your station in life was fixed. You couldn't move between the strata. They wouldn't let you. If you're born into the family of the royals, you have to marry a royal. If you're born in the family of the servants, you have to marry a servant. To move from servant to royalty is considered a sin against God. Yes, in the medieval period. The concept was called Elizabethan chain of being. So you have to stay where you were. But as soon as we moved from the medieval to Renaissance and knowledge was reborn, all that collapsed. So today, a boy on the street in stonewashed jeans can work himself to the skin of his bones and then rise up to become modern day aristocrat. Why? Because of abstract economy. Something that was absolutely not possible before. The trend is still changing. So don't wake up one morning and somebody says that we have acquired your bank. Move. I said, how did you people manage it? Come on. And the acquirers were very nice people because, you know, they brought all of the top executives and then took them to some, you know, special retreats and treated them well. This is a new thing that's going to happen. And those fellows resumed office the next week and saw an envelope on their table that says, thank you very much. Wamalo. Oh, you don't understand that in Yoruba? Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? And that was it. Next slide, please. My time is running. So, guys, I want to tell you another thing that changed. Change your perception. Everybody say change in perception. Because change in perception leads to change in trends. Hello? Now, let me just give you this. Eventually, we'll talk about education at some point. Now, let me tell you this. The thing you call education supposed to be a simple exercise in the habit of thinking. Full stop. Did you hear what I just said? Nothing more. Education is not the acquisition of information. Hello? Education is the capacity, the growing of the capacity to think. Because if you can do critical thinking, you can solve problems. All right? So an educated person is somebody who, if you throw him into a desert, starts to think about how I can take this desert and give you an Eden. Maximizing the resources available to me in the desert. I can think through the problem. That is the meaning of education. So if you went through to school, because that is why when you come for an interview, for instance, I told you before that we measure what intellectual growth potential. We don't care about whether you read biology or microbiology or physicist or whatever it is that you have come into the place. You know, your first class or 2-1 essentially was just for us a funneling thing, a screening exercise. It allows us to know who to let into the door. Do you get what I'm saying? It doesn't give you any advantage at all when you sit before the interviewer and then they ask you, what problems can you solve? And then you can solve a problem. Usually this is what happens. If this sister came into a session and said to me that I did microbiology, and I said, okay, that's nice. But this is a financial audit firm. She did micro. Now she's communicating with me, but she doesn't know that she's communicating with me. What she's saying to me without actually saying it is what? That she is cross-disciplinary. That is why you could have the temerity to read what you read and then come to an interview in a financial institution. Am I correct? So I'm going to take it up from there and I would tell her, Madam, could you tell me what you think about the ongoing war in Ukraine and what you think American policy around that should be? I didn't do government sector. You see what's happening here? She didn't do government. And then because I'm very nice, I'm going to say to her, thank you, we'll get back to you, which is euphemism for please pack your things and go home. So why did I ask her a question that seemed as though I don't want to give her the job? No, my client knows that there is nothing you studied in school that will be relevant to him. So he has to retrain you to acquire the skills that he needs. You get what I'm saying? So what we are looking for is who is retrainable. Are you getting it? And so that is why we measure your intellectual growth potential. So I didn't ask you to define anything. See what the question says. It says, what do you think? That is what I'm interested in, your capacity for opinionation. So it's possible you know nothing about what Americans have done, but guess what? You have an idea. You have an opinion. You could say, well, I've not followed the conversation. I'm not even very interested in it, but I think that the Russians are wrong to have invaded Ukraine, or I think that the Russians have justification to invade America because, you know, why would you bring NATO to the borderline, be separating me and the other place when you know that that is an act of aggression itself? So I have a duty to protect myself. The same way, of course, I think that Americans will do if you were to plant nuclear weapons at the border of Mexico. That is only a few meters away from where the American border is. So I think that they may have been justified in the fact that they were acting in self-defense of their national security. But again, to be able to provide this answer that I have given you requires that you can think. You don't understand what I'm trying to say? So that's the point. The world is moving. Perception. Let me show you a quote. Take me to the next slide. Quick, let me show you a quote. This quote was from Henry Kissinger. This guy was what they call the ultimate diplomat. One time Secretary of State of the United States. Next slide, sir. Henry Kissinger says, watch this. He said, it is not a matter of what is true that counts. Follow now. It says it is a matter of what is perceived to be true. Hello? You see how perception works? That's why perception is at the very heart of capitalism itself. Because many times it is how you are perceived that determines the quality. Now, what I mean, the acceptability. Now, watch this. Kunu and Coke. Which one has more nutrition? Zobo and Coke. Zobo is by far more nutritious. Which one has a stronger market value? Why? Say it again. Coke is ready to spend $1 billion every year on perception management. You don't get what I'm trying to say? To manage how you view them. Because economics is nothing more than the systematic control of customer behavior. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? That is what it is. So they will spend all that money so that you can look at Coke. There was this Coke Pepsi contest that was done in the US one time. They got some people to come into the room, and then they had Coca drinks in some cups labeled A and in other cups labeled B. Now, the cups labeled A were filled with Coca-Cola. The ones labeled B were filled with what? Pepsi. The individuals who participated in that test, she's here. She said I should bear with her. Should we bear with her? Okay, we'll bear with her a few minutes more. Okay, now, very good. Don't worry. I'm going to bear with you and even bear you up. Are you guys getting what I'm saying? So what now happened was that all those guys came. Guess what happened? 70% of them said that the content of cup B was superior to the content of cup C. You follow it now? Content of cup A. A is what? Coke. B is what? Okay, they send them out. And this time, before they came back, they brought Coca-Cola bottles, Pepsi bottles. Guess what happened? 70% went to pick up Coke. Did you see that? 30% went to pick up Pepsi. Henry Kissinger said it is not the perception of, it's not the value sometimes, it is the perception of it. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you know there were times when Harvard University was not the first or top ranked university in the world? There are times they've been number 2, number 3, even sometimes number 4. Are you getting what I'm saying? But anybody who mentioned Harvard, what's the perception? Are you following? So when Harvard is going to bill you, they're not billing you because they have professors that have Nobel Prize. They bill you because of the perception of Harvard. Are you getting what I'm saying? That was why in 2020, when schools were shutting down and all of that, so we're even cutting down some of their tuition. Harvard did not remove 1 cent from what they were earning, even though kids were, even though learners were not coming to the campus. Why? Because it is not coming to the campus that count. It is the perception that you're a Harvard man, and the doors is going to open for you the moment you get into the marketplace. So just being a Harvard person is already equity in the marketplace. So that's what you pay for, the perception that you went to Harvard. Plus, Harvard also has substance. You get what I'm trying to say? That's the truth. So this whole thing around perception, I don't have time to unpack it and maybe even do an exegesis on it. But the problem I'm saying here is that the perception of value seems to be changing. All right? I'm a chartered accountant. Okay, that's fine. If you want to work for a company that wants to stay in the local market forever. If that company is beginning to position to have outreaches and around the continent and maybe other places in the world, and you're a chartered accountant and you want to stay relevant, your chartered accountancy, the perception is now no longer sufficient. You have to go and get something bigger because the strategy is changing. So if you don't move, the transition will happen, the trend will change, and you will suddenly realize that your career was not future-proofed. Why? Because you missed the memo when the change was taking place. And the good news here is this. All of you in this room can literally, without competition, without even networking, without knowing somebody that knows somebody in Abuja, become millionaires in the next 12 months. It's the trend. It has never been this easy to succeed before. Maybe you do not know how powerful information is. All right? The information that was a leveler is now democratized, which means people who couldn't have access to it. 20 years ago, how your professors got their PhD? Some of them have to go for sabbatical to very powerful libraries in the world, and then they give them special access to some kind of books in certain categories. You understand? Some of them even go to the Library of Congress in the Washington. But today, a 13-year-old can access the same material only professors can access 20, 30 years ago. Information has become so democratized that you have to have a special kind of stupid to stay broke. It's the truth. YouTube, for instance, can teach you everything from how to make a bomb to how not to be a stupid boyfriend. There is nothing you can't learn. Right now, the most precious commodity is now what? Time. Because there is so much you can take in, but unfortunately, we don't have enough time. Even with the rare, scarce resource of time, some people just sit there in front of WhatsApp 12 hours, doing nothing. All that precious resource just disappearing. Imagine what you can do in 12 hours if you sit down. You know how touched I was when Pastor Tobe asked how many of you understand user experience and user interface. And I think from where I sat, I didn't see any hand. I thought maybe he saw 1 or 2 hands. Like 1 or 2. I said, wow, that one is even free. And do you know the demand for that skill in the marketplace? Hello? They say ASU is on strike. What is my business with that one? Are you getting what I'm saying? Build skill. The opportunities to transcend the local economy exist right now. I don't have time. Can I rush quickly? I have 5 minutes. Let me rush quickly to the other things. Now, every year, the World Economic Forum publishes what they call Global Risk and Trends Report every single year. I've been following this thing since 2015. Do you understand? What they do basically is that they get about 800 experts and scientists who sit down and study the global economy and tell you where the risk exists and where the trends are. All right? Trends are the things that are currently happening that can exacerbate a risk in the future. Are you following? The risks are all of the problems that could possibly come out of what is going on. And so what corporations and nations do is that they take documents like this, study where all the problems are going to be in 10 years. And then start to build solution around those problems, because problems actually means wealth. That's what it is. Our people go for this World Economic Forum, but they don't bring the document home. It's the ESTA code that's important. You understand what I'm trying to say? Meanwhile, they're giving this document for free, year after year. Information democratized. You can have access. Know what the problems will be. When cybersecurity was going to be a problem in 2015, you need to see the 2015 report on this document. It analyzed it. Between that time and now, cybersecurity is well over $10 billion industry. Now, This is what we mean when we say something is an industry. It means that something has become an issue that this company now has a budget around it. This one has a budget for it. This one has a budget for it. This one has a budget for it. So when I put together all the budgets that you guys now have to address that problem, it becomes an industry. Because the sum of all your budgets is maybe 10 billion, 20 billion. Do you understand? It means that there is $20 billion in budgets out there waiting for how to spend it. So if you want to know where all the corporate budgets are going, read documents like this one. I was reading a document from sorry, the name just skipped my mind now. This is McKinsey Global Consultant. And then there was this thing they did about global migration. And then in that document, they said that over the next few years, that because of the way migration is happening, we're going to have the coming of a middle class, a mighty middle class of almost 3 billion people. Can you imagine 3 billion people middle class? Do you know what that means? A middle class means somebody who have disposable income. Are you following what I'm saying? Middle class, but we can't see it because perception is wrong for us many times. Now, what that means is that all those 3 billion people are going to wear clothes. They're going to wear shoes. They're going to have technology needs. They're going to have all kinds of things, and they have disposable income for it. Guess what smart nations do? They start to restructure their curriculum to build the kind of skills in the next generation that will help them solve those kinds of problems the middle class will come. So if that next economy is going to be valued at over $20 trillion, guess what? Their plan is to be able to tap a significant part of that emerging wealth that is coming by positioning their people. Growth does not happen by accident. People sit down and study the trends and know where this is headed and how do we position ourselves so that we can take advantage of it. That is why we need a good government. Please don't ask me to run for office. I will obediently decline. I don't know why they are clapping, sir. I just spoke English. Are you guys getting what I'm trying to say? And that's the point. That's what perception is everything. Let me give you perception. If you go to the airport, you see Nigerians are jackpotting, right? And where are they going? Maybe the statistics says that 70% of Nigerians are poor, and people are afraid of that figure. 70% means that all of us will soon be poor. Are you getting it? So this poverty won't catch me here. I'm going. Now you go to the arrival lodge, you will also see Chinese coming in, South Africans coming in, the other guys coming in. The same statistics that is driving these guys out is bringing these guys in. You say, how? Somebody said perception. The perception is not the same because you see 70% and you see alarm. What they see is that they don't focus on the 70%, they score on the 30%. What does 30% mean? Nigeria is 200 million people. What is 30% of 200 million? That's how much? Almost 60 million people. Now, in other words, Nigeria has 30% or 60 million people who have the capacity to buy. Are you getting what I'm saying? That is more people in Nigeria than you have in the whole of South Africa. South Africa is just a country of 55 million people. Your wealthy people alone are sufficient to drive itself. They come to target your 30%. So while you're going to look for safe haven someplace else, somebody is steadily cashing out. Because you're not looking at the data the same way. Perception is different. Did you see that now? So if you're stuck in a place, fix your perception. There's nothing wrong with the place. It's everything wrong with how you're seeing it. Next slide, sir. Quickly, I have 3 minutes left. Okay. Okay. Next slide. Everybody look at this. I want to tell you something about trends. Quickly, 2 trends, and then I close. Number 1, who do you think is on the screen? Hello? Barack Obama is in the video having this conversation. This is awesome, except that it is not Barack Obama. Oh God, even if I know go school safe, how can this not be Barack Obama? That, ladies and gentlemen, is not Barack Obama. It is a new trend in technology. Go to the next slide, sir. Hello, next slide. It's called artificial intelligence and deep fakes. They literally recreated Barack Obama, put words in his mouth and put him in a place where he's making a production, and yet it is not him. This is where technology and artificial intelligence have reached now. That means this is fake news on steroids. You don't understand what I'm saying? The world is evolving so rapidly that technology is not changing reality. So sometimes you'll be looking at what you think you're looking at. Are you sure that what you're seeing actually is? Very soon we're going to have holographic teleportation where I don't even have to physically show up in this place, and then I will teleport myself here using holograms. And then you actually see me, except that I'm not here. Or I'll be having this conversation, but I'm in a different location. That is where it's going to go. All right. So what would be the implication of this for maybe all the rest? Technology is dramatically turning itself around. That is why you have to attend every tech conference you see. Just attend, show up. Do you understand? I don't have time. Next one, please. Quickly. Education. What's the donkey doing there? I have no idea. If you're making a presentation, this is what you call icebreaker. Just let the people have a very good laugh with the donkey. I mean, just look at the donkey. What's it doing? No, it's not part of the conversation. He's straight and bump into the meeting. But isn't he cute though? Next slide, please. Everybody, put your hands together for the donkey. Come on now. Yes, next slide. Let's go. Education. Welcome to the unbundling. Oh, education is about to be unbundled, people. And I'm so excited about it. I don't know about you. You know, let me give you one example because of time. Google is soon going to launch its micro degrees. You know that? So in other words, Google is launching the series of degrees that covers virtually all of the areas of focus for modern day economy. And the degrees have a period of just 6 months. So in other words, what you're doing for 4 years or 5 years in university, Google will deliver it for 6 months. And Google degrees are going to be recognized all over the world. They will unbundle the way school is done. You see how the state also is doing and all of that? They don't seem to understand that they are sitting on a changing trend. It's just like when you are telling taxi men, be nice to these your customers. If there is traffic, we will complain, you increase the money. When Uber came, Uber was coming to our houses, taxi business model disappeared. You can curse all the technologies all you want, doesn't make anything. You see, there are business models that are going to disappear because of what we call unbundling. All right. When CD came, cassettes disappeared. Is it not? CD was king. Where is CD today? How many of you have seen CDs in your life? Do you understand what I'm saying? CD disappeared. ROMs came in. Now those ones are even disappearing too. There was a time we have infrared for sharing files. Do we still use infrared now? And then we'll move on to Bluetooth. Do you still use Bluetooth now? And then we'll move on to what? Xender, right? And then even that will soon be obsolete. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So much is changing the trend. Education will soon be unbundled. And guess what? People are going to get smarter faster. And they're going to get skills around it because nobody wants to know your ton of information. People want to know how much knowledge you can produce. You know the difference between information and knowledge? Information is a raw data. I tell you that, you know, the square of the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the square of the other two sides. Which theory is that? Pythagoras theorem. That is information. Doesn't change my life. But if I sit you down and I begin to run you through a series that is built around Pythagoras and let you understand that the philosopher called Pythagoras, guess what? He believed that the whole universe was created using complex mathematical variables and that everything that exists can be solved when you know the right sequence of numbers. And that is the heart from where his theorem came out. Now I have interest. Now I have knowledge. Is it not? If I told you that Boyle's law states that the pressure of an ideal gas is inversely proportional to the what? Volume, so long as temperature stays what? Constant. Yeah, I'm doing great. Am I not? By the way, I also read English language. So you get a picture, but that's information. It doesn't change my life. But by the time I start to reflect and contemplate on that information, and what do I get? This is what I get. I get that temperature will be constant to everybody. When it's hot, everybody feels the heat, is it not? But we don't have the same measure of pressure. Why? Because I have a higher volume than you, so my pressure is down. So when your volume is up, your pressure goes down. So when your volume is down, what happens to pressure? Goes up. So if you want to reduce pressure in your life over the future, what does that mean? Increase what? The volume side of things. Okay? So stop praying against the pressure. Start asking for wisdom to grow the what? Volume. And then you have the pressure disappear by itself. Now that's knowledge. I move from information to what? Knowledge. And that's where it's going, guys. I don't have time, but this is something that we are trying to do. Even right now, you know, I run something. I don't have time to give a testimonials. I really wish this was a retreat. So we'll just sit down and do 2 hours. Like the Apostle Paul, we preach all through the night and somebody will fall from the window. We'll resurrect him and continue. You get a picture because there's so much here that we can give, but don't worry. Confab 14 is coming. Who's going to be here? Who's going to bring somebody when they're coming here? That is how you multiply what you get when you give it away. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? 2 things quickly. Under this education, I decided I was going to do something. I can't fix the education system, but I said, you know what? We can go into the system and identify smart young people, top 3 in every single class, organize them into what we call the Elite Smarten program, and train them differently around 3 core skill sets. So by the time they get out, I connect them with what internship. So when they get out of internship, they get to university if they want to go, but they go there, we now have what we call an accelerator program that prepares them to solve problems around the global levels. Do you understand what I'm saying? All right, that already means that they will have a career path built around problems they want to solve and skill set they are built around those problems, which means the employers of labor should look at us helping to plug that skills gap deficit over the next few years. That way we can start to give some value back. This September alone, we're onboarding 100 schools to do that. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Meanwhile, all of those are corporations who hire millennials and Gen Z's people. You know, we have this 5th path model that we put together on the 5th path workforce. Sit down, sit them. You see these millennials, sir? They are very troublesome. Some of them don't understand the traditional work ethic. But if you look at them with that vision, you realize that you are going to miss the capacity that they carry because they need a whole different model to unpack the gifts that they have. Each one of you have 100 billion brain cells that seem to be connected in ways that our generation did not connect. So if you knew how to unpack all 5th path ways of thinking, you will literally turn every corporation in this country around, because we need companies to start to do well in Nigeria, so that Nigeria can compete and fulfill its destiny to liberate the continent. A time will come, just like Pastor Tobe said when he was speaking, you have to look for a vision bigger than yourself that gives you longevity, that gives you relevance, that help you overcome. Do you understand? 2 boys went to play in the snow. And while they were playing, one was 14, the other was 10. The 14-year-old boy fell into the ditch and was covered in snow. The 10-year-old boy looked around, didn't know what to do, but he saw the big limb of a tree. He picked it up, slammed it into the place. His friend fell, pulled him out. Now, when he pulled him out, guess what happened? People gathered soon. And when they saw the size of the branch of the tree, this 10-year-old boy lifted and saw what has happened here, they said, that's not possible. It would take 10 men to lift this thing. How did this 10-year-old boy do it? And then his older friend said to them that my friend here was able to do it because there was nobody around to tell him he couldn't. Oh, that's a good place to really clap. Come on now. Who knows? Maybe God has waited for all eternity for a generation who are ignorant of what's impossible enough to do it. Do we have that generation here? Come on, if that sounds like you, let me hear your sound. That doesn't sound like you. Let me hear your sound. Come on, put your hands together. Celebrate yourselves, everybody.
Another round of applause. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. We may be seated. Once again, Mr. Johnson Abali scores a hat trick. It's always mind-boggling whenever we listen to him speak. He was at the last confab, and It was nothing short of this. It was fire, absolute fire. Um, we should have one. This also we should also audition for this one. Well, anybody, let's have somebody. Okay, I see a hand. Right, please.
Please, can you move forward? The lady at the
Just give
front.
us a quick summary. Very, very quick. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so we'll take one more person as well. So her and then you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zipaya Star, a professional teacher. When you came up stage and you were introduced as an English language instructor, I was happy because I also studied English, and I'm a teacher at some government secondary school, Abuja. So what I got from you, the last story, you shared about a boy that lifted up his friend from a ditch covered in the snow. I inferred something. Surround yourself with people that see the possibilities in your abilities. That's the point I got. Then you talked about education. My mind is set already. As I sat there, when you talked about education, I know that as a teacher, I look young to my colleagues. I know that I must do things that's going to set me apart. So my mind started calculating already how I'm going to undo my abilities, my potentials to help my students in the classroom. And I believe that someday, maybe in the next some years to come, I'm going to meet you on a higher ground and refer.
With
Your story
success
helped me. Thank you so much. So beautiful.
Oh,
In case you haven't noticed, lives are already being touched, and you should not wait to how do they say, don't sleep on the bicycle.
Thank you. My name is Lois Spells. I'm a chef, but I currently work as a relationship associate in a fintech. Okay, I have just two things to say. The first sentence he made, he said, help is not, we can say help is on the way. You can't wait for the help to come meet you. You have to go get the help and make use of it. And the last thing he said was, pressure can't just go down. Like, okay, sorry, I have to rephrase. If you want pressure to go down, you have to increase the volume. Now, it's not just any volume. It has to be the volume of your success. If you're successful, nothing will actually make you pressured. It won't. Your work will be fine. Everything you do will just go well. So the volume of your success has to be really higher than the pressure bringing you down. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for this session.
the energy is so positive and mind blowing.
There's no other energy permitted. No other energy is permitted. Okay.
Your gift, Judy.
Yes, in fact, true. There were two persons who had answered my questions previously. I said I had one during the testimonials, the one with Emmanuel. One of the most profound points of it for me was where he showed his notes from Confab 5. And I placed a lot of value on what is written down. So that is why in the last Confab, my gifts were books as well, same as this one. So if you've answered my questions previously, I think we have two persons, the OBDs. When they come out, you see them, they're like twins. Come. Thank you very much. Pick any color of your choice. We will be having like a trivia session, but we're going to be doing that after the last speaker has come up, so we don't lose any time. We're also going to be having networking sessions. We're going to be having panel discussions. I mean, it's one thing to listen, but then it becomes a conversation when you can also say, when the speaker can also listen to you and then, give you something in return. So keep your questions down, write them down. In the next, after the next session, would have that. Before we go on to the next section, I would like to recognize, he wasn't here previously, Ambassador Confidence. You were not here when we recognized you earlier. International Ambassador for Peace, thank you so much for being here. Would you like to say a few words?
I think you came quite at the right time because I'm about to take my leave. I have another event I have to catch up with, and coming to this event, seeing all my leaders and my mentors, It's a great thing and a great honor. When I got the call to be at this event, I actually had other programs, but I had no choice but to honor this event from pastor, leader, brother, mentor, it keep going, encourager, and seeing Dr. Sam, right? And pastor, leader, mentor, just like that, to be. And also pastor and leader, mentor, Johnson Abali. So it's a thing of one heart, and I'm privileged to be here today. And I want to encourage everyone here to also take everything they say to heart and let it go through, pierce through your skin, to your bones, to your marrow, and put them to use. It will actually take you places. A few weeks ago, we are together, and I and Mr. Johnson Abali with an organization from the US, and greater things coming. People want to come to Nigeria to actually partner with young minds like this, and seeing things like this Mr. Corridor is doing is actually worth it. And I want to encourage you, every one of you, don't trivialize this gathering. Don't get too familiarized with it. Oh, it's 13 and 14. We are used to it already. We're used to the speakers and all of that. It won't take you anywhere if you trivialize any information, like Johnson Abali said about paying for this event. If you have to pay for this event, I guess 50,000 per seat would worth it, and get set for Confab 14. Probably you'll be paying that amount. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I beg to disagree with you, sir? I feel like there's no amount that we can even place on. Well, personally, I don't think that there's an amount I can place on the value I get here. So, yeah, thank you so much again, once again. Back to you.
I agree with you on that as well. And one thing again for me, this event has been just like Mr. Abali said, it is an unbundling of education on its own. And the onus is now left on all of us here. So not just let this be an event, but apply all the information that you're hearing here. So it becomes knowledge and not just an information. So we'll be moving quickly to the next session, and Chidi will be introducing our next speaker.
Thank you. I have the honor of introducing our next and final speaker for the day, in the person of Mr. Oluwakoijo Oluwatosin. He is an innovative entrepreneur with a strong passion for creative excellence. He is the founder and chief executive officer of Chronicle Software Development Company Limited, the company he founded while in final year in his university back in 2007. They went from zero to emerge as one of the top 50 emerging businesses in Nigeria by Diamond Bank in its BET program in 2013. His company has developed many enterprise applications for top banks and financial institutions in Nigeria. Mr. Koijo has developed many commercially viable solutions, which include Success Box, Daily Manner for Mobile, Universal Text Engine, and Success Tab. Success Tab is a digital learning device for students and schools. In 2021, Success Tab was given the Education Hardware of the Year award by the Federal Ministry of Education. Recently, on the 10th of August in 2021, in partnership with the Lagos State government, his company launched the largest digital classroom in Africa, ecosuccesscloud.com. It's a digital classroom in the cloud for over 650 secondary schools and 700,000 students in Lagos State. Mr. Koijo was selected among the top 5 entrepreneurs in West Africa by Stanford University, USA. Please put your hands together. Come on. He's an alumnus of the Enterprise Business Center, a sister institution of Lagos Business School, Association Leadership Academy, and Faith Foundation. In 2013, Mr. Koijo was appointed a member of the Human Capital Development Commission of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. He's the convener of the Confab, which is an annual conference, like we all know, for grooming youth. Please join me as we welcome Mr. Oluwakoijo Oluwatosin to the stage.
KY.
Yes, KY. Thank you so much, sir. Before I give you this mic, I want to say thank you for all that you have done for young people so far. Thank you for this. We'll still come back to this, but I wanted to say this before handing the mic to you.
Thank you very much. Please just keep clapping, keep clapping. Clap for amazing, wonderful speakers. I know you have been impacted today. Please, and thank you very much. Please, the sound people, can you give us the sound? You're not a man. You're not a man. You're the God of everything. No one like you. If you can give us that sound as we want to just play the background songs. You can please be seated while they're trying to sort that out. Thank you very much for everything. I have a slide. I'll do my bit to be as prime and fast as possible. But I know you've gotten something from this event. Connecting the dots. Connecting the dots. I told some people that by the time you connect fully with God, you will discover that nothing wrong has happened in your life since you were born. And that looks very contradictory. That looks very contradictory. Because you've had a whole lot of setbacks. So I can stand here and tell you that since I was born, nothing wrong has ever happened to me. Everything were a product of coincidence, divine orchestration. And that's why we're here. Are we there, sir? It's there. It's part of the list of songs that you played this morning. Yes. Please, can you guide him, Emmanuel? You played this song this morning already. It's part of our Confab playlist songs. All right. So,
you're not a man, no. You're not a man, no. You're the God who opens doors no man can shut. You're not a man, no. You're not a man, no. You're the God of everything. There's no one like you. No one like you, Jesus. No one like you. No one like you, I say. No one like you. No one like you, Father. No one like you, Master. You're the God of everything. There's no one like you.
rise. You know the song Hum It Along.
You're the God who opens doors no man can shut. You're not a man, oh. You're not a man, oh. You're the God of everything, no one like you.
No one like
you, Jesus, no one like you. No one like you, who is it? No one like you. No one like you, Abba Father, no one like you. Yeah, my star, you're the God of everything, no one like you. You're not a man, you're not a man who shall lie. You're not a man that you shall lie. You can never lie. Yeah, yeah. God who won't go far, no man can show. Jesus.
Before you sit down, the tears almost rolled down my eyes when the songs were being sung. Because I look back yesterday, only the faithfulness of God could have brought me this far. I'll tell you a few of those stories. That's why we'll call it connecting the dots. But my desire is that in a couple of years to come, I will see you so high that I will tell about your story of how God has taken you from the backside of the desert to lead the troops to Canaan. If you're that person, let your amen be the loudest. It doesn't look like a church service, but we are in God's presence. Sadiq was here. Sadiq, let me see your hands. You're still here. Fantastic. Sadiq is Muslim. And Sadiq said, I would like to be here. He's one of my mentors, my mentees. And I'm glad you're here. What they did not tell you was that Jesus is not a Christian. They didn't tell you that. How many of you heard that before? So write it down. Jesus is not a Christian. It was after Jesus Christ came and left, the people saw other people behaving like Christ, and they called them Christians. Now, we were clapping that they were called Christians first in Antioch, but we never knew that 2,000 years ago it would be a stigma. That will now be they are Christians and we are not. But that's a lie. Jesus came for everybody. Whether you are Buddhist, whether you are a Hindu, whether you are a Muslim, everybody, Jesus came for everybody. So this time around, I'm going to share some very simple truths of how this wonderful Christ took us from minimum and is making us, transiting us one step after the other. So that where you are, I might not know you, I might not shake your hands, I might not snap selfies with you. You might not take my autograph, but you can connect to that life that we are passing today, that have been given by the speakers. And you can take that light and go and create that future that God has set for you. We're about to start. Tell your neighbor you're welcome. Please be seated. Thank you very much. I'm going to run very fast. I'm talking about creating groundbreaking solutions from pain points of yesterday. I have a slide. Creating groundbreaking solutions from pain points of yesterday. Slide 2. How many of you have discovered what they call history? If you split history together, it means his story. And that's why you need to be able to tell your story, because your story is your history. And before you came to this world, everything that needs to make you, to take you to the summit, God had already deposited it inside you. The Bible says it is the glory of God to conceal a thing, and it's the honor of kings to search out a matter. So you have a responsibility. And the responsibility you have as you pass through this world is to find out your history. Your history is not Nigerian history, not African history. You need to look deep into yourself and write your story. Because everything about you is unique, is designed, and is completely unique to you. Do you know that your 10 fingers, the fingerprints of your 10 fingers are different? The patterns of your fingerprints of your 10 fingers are different, and is different for also 7.8 billion people across the world. Different. So there's something about you that can take you to the top. But unfortunately, we now live in a world that chooses everything you need to do for you. So you need to tell somebody by your side, please wake up. First is the 6344 system. Not a bad idea. It's good to go to school. But after you finish secondary school, now your society now chooses the kind of university you go to. They now choose the kind of course you will go for. Now, it's not that difficult to enter into the university. Please take notes. It is because the number of people going to university has gone up. So they bring stringent criteria to try to stream down the people going in. So you need to ask yourself as you go on in life. A lot of people have joined the rat race, and that's why they make so much money. They are still depressed. They're looking for another country to go to. And somebody said you cannot be a lizard in Nigeria and become an alligator in America. Is that possible? Nobody said yes. I mean, you just don't care. I mean, just let me leave this country. If I go to wash plates in Germany, it's fine. It's not fine. All right, let's continue to slide 2. Slide 3. I look at this portraits, pictures of people here. I'm going to run the first picture you see here is the picture of Victor E. Franklin. Can you put the slide 3? The other one is the picture of Nelson Mandela. Then I have a role model I really, really like. Pastor Tobe knows him very well. His name is Ike Mokwede. Then the 2 people that created the Google that we all search today, that's Larry and Sergi. Then you now have these other brands by the side: Google, Apple, Uber, and which other one? Chronicles. That's the company I lead. And the stories I'm going to talk to you will reveal about all those people. Let's go to the next slide very quickly. The first 2 people I'm going to talk about is these men. How you turn the pain points of yesterday and you build solutions that inspire people tomorrow. There's this guy called Victor Franklin. Now, you don't even expect to hear his name. You're not supposed to see this guy. This guy lived in the days of the Second World War. He was one of those people that was captured and put in the Nazi concentration camp. Now, nobody used to survive in that time. They killed all his relatives, they killed all his family, they killed all his friends. Now, in the concentration camp, they would dehumanize you, they would put you into the gas chamber. The gas chamber, everybody goes in there and they just die off. And when they die off, they burn the corpse, and 6 million Jews died. This Victor was in that concentration camp. And he said when they were always taking people to kill them, he always believed that he had a purpose for living. And in all of these things, Victor survived. And Victor wrote a book, Man's Search for Meaning. You need to get that book. And that book became a global success. Why? It now put Victor on the map of the world, how people can go through pain, how they can go through crisis and go on to inspire their world. From that pain, from that hardship, from that terrible situation, Victor was able to see life from different perspectives and see that there's a future for him. I want to tell you this morning, some of you have not seen 1/10 of what Victor is passing through, but your challenges are very obvious. Some of you are going back to a house, you don't know what you're going to eat for dinner tonight. Some of you don't even have the transport fare to go to work tomorrow. Now, some of you are you're in a season of hand to mouth. I've been there before. In fact, Pastor Tebe didn't tell you. There was a time I started Chronicles. This great company will have lost color connecting the dots. The company was so challenged that time. We didn't have revenue coming from anywhere. So I had to go and corner Pastor Tebe sometime at the retreat. I said, sir, things are tough in the company. Well, can you help us? I know you're now the CIO of a company. That's the chief information officer. And so he had power to recruit me. He said, okay, that's fine. Bring your CV. My CV, I had only a profile. I told myself I was not going to collect my certificate from my university, and I was going to go head on into a company. Now, the challenges you pass through in line with purpose, they are designed to strengthen you. They are designed to bring out the best in you. And God is going to use those challenges to test you, whether you are qualified for the next lifting or his next agenda for your life. So it was tough. At 30, I had no color. At 30, I was squatting in my elder sister's house. At 30, I had a room where she gave to me. And when there were visitors coming to visit me, I will run into the room because I didn't want anybody to ask me jam questions. I know those kind of jam questions. Some of you are like that. Jam question, young man, what are you doing? You now start speaking big grammar. You know, I run a company. You know, I'm just starting out. I just go and hide myself inside and I'll ask my nephews and nieces, have they gone? And when they're out, I'll come out. And that was the life then. So I met Pastor Toby that time. I said, Pastor, can you help me? And he tried. He said, okay, I'll set up an interview for you. Because it's always desires to move people forward. So I went to that interview. I'm talking about groundbreaking solutions from pain point of yesterday. You know about the Mandela story, so I won't dwell so much. But let me continue there. I didn't tell Pastor Tobe this side, but I think I shared it at the 10th anniversary. So when I went for the interview, 6 people, but 4 people were interviewing me. And I brought my Angolo software that I built, Success Box. It was inside a plastic case. I printed it, I made it nice, thinking I was going to impress these people. Then they started the interview process. In fact, they had one boy that did not like me. In fact, maybe he dreamt about me in that interview that day. One of Pastor Tobe's boys. The boy is a developer. And I call myself a developer. They were kind of hire for a developer position. And he said, Mr. Man, how many software have you done? I said, in the last 3 years, I built only 2 software. He looked at me. He said, in the last 3 months, they built 6 softwares. And the guy was so upset with me because I was wasting his time in that interview. The HR person was the empathy guy trying to manage things. He saw that boy was already, they should just get this boy out of this place. What's he doing here? It was obvious they're going to tell me, I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you means bye-bye. But there was one boy that one of the people there, the accounting guy, that was going to ask me, even when they're not going to hire you, they'll still ask you how much you want to collect. How many of you know that? Even when they're not going to call you back, they'll still ask you. But the accounting guy was there quiet. And he said something. I think God opened his mouth. And he said, young man, if this is what you've started doing, I think you should continue doing what you're doing. Because one day, you come and take all of us out of this place. When I left that interview, I said, God, never again will I come for an interview process. You just use that young man to direct me in line of purpose. Just imagine I have taken one job someday. I won't have the temerity to tell you the story of a rising entrepreneur. By God's grace, by heaven's standard, and by all mnemonics of accounting, adjustation, and financial valuation, we built a company from 0 to 10 digits by the hand of God. If you can clap, put your hands together for the Almighty. So I just came to tell you here today, you are there, it looks like the struggles are tough. Yes, it's designed to be tough. But when you silver those challenges, when you take those challenges on and you are able to conquer, then you have a story. Don't forget your history is your story. Now let's continue. Then we had a man called Nelson Mandela. It looked like the movie we all watched. He became a symbol of people that go from prison to the palace. It was no longer a Joseph story any longer. We all read that in our Bibles. But God brought it to real life in this man's story. 26 years behind bars. And this man got up to lead a nation. But you know that even aside from Nelson Mandela, we also have somebody in this country that was a prisoner before, and they released him and he became a president. True or false? True or false? And what's the person's name? Pastor Njoya said. Now, what is God telling you? No matter the deepest of the prisons that you find yourself today, one day you will sit on your throne. If you believe it, let it rise higher. So the pits and the prisons are just the process to taking you to the palace. They are not nice places to be. They are not exciting places to be. But you need, it's all part of that process to taking you there. Some people will go to the prisons and still fall out because they didn't acquire the right characteristics and the right charisma to take them to the palace. But you need to build the capacity that you need to have today, that when you find yourself in the pits, when you find yourself in the prison, you require all, you acquire all the necessary characteristics that you need to launch you to that place of purpose. And that's where you eventually emerge one day. That's why we come together with the Confab every year. We have no doubts that just chewing these things, we have no doubts by just embracing these truths, we have no doubts that one day you will surge, and you surge very, very high. So, dear friends, I need you to do something. There are solutions that will transform your society. Now, God has given you all those giftings that you need before you came. You need to know that. Now, your life's responsibility is searching from within, deep inside you, your giftings, your talents. Now, when I was younger, people say, oh, Koijo, you could speak. When I was in school, I taught the tutorials of all the courses we did in computer science. So people used to add professor to my name. Now, when I was in the classroom, I had what I call breaking the silence, where I just come and break the silence in the classroom and just begin to speak God's words to people. So people put pastor in front of my name. Now, because I could code, people put programmer in front of my name. I didn't like to be a pastor because I didn't see people like Pastor Tobe at that point in time. Maybe if I saw people like Pastor Tobe at that point in time, no, you need to see Pastor Tobe in church tomorrow. Faith Church, it's Pocket Square, and oh my God, that's a pastor. I didn't have people like Pastor Tobe then. So in my mind, I said, no, I don't want to go this route. Now, the academic route also, I didn't see it innovative enough. What am I saying? The things that you do not like, don't wave them away. The things that you dislike, don't try to spiritualize it. Be true to your taste. Be true to the things that you don't like. It's a symbol. It's also an ingredient to push you into that thing that God wants for you. So don't spiritualize it. Don't try to cover it with emotions. I don't like this and I don't like this thing. I don't want to become this. Of recent SARS, I had to go back to the LTP. And my location leader is here. And when I got back, he was happy to see me. I joined the LTP in 1999. Between 1999 to 2000, I was already a school supervisor there. I came back after schooling. I became an LTP location leader briefly. And then I joined the LTP again just some 2 weeks back. I told them, give me the most difficult school outreach to go to. In less than how many days of visiting, we got a new fellowship. That has been my talent. I'll tell you about that later. So my location leader told me, when we just met, he said, sir, thank you for volunteering. I said, sir, I did not come to volunteer. I said, this is where God pays me my salary. If I came here for a purpose, I came to change levels. And if I do this work very well, I know I go up. And sir, maybe I will see you afterwards. Ask me later, what's the testimony? And I'll tell you myriads of them. Last year, we talked about the golden age, the rise of next generation entrepreneur, blah, blah, blah. After I finished last year's conference, a governor, serving governor, called me And they flew me straight, far away. And when I landed where the governor was to receive me, one day the king will call for you. So Joseph is not just a myth. Joseph is not just a story. Joseph is an inspiration that everybody can connect with. And when the governor called me, when I landed into my lodge, my own lodge was as big as the entire place. When I got there, I know that this country cannot divide. Social media, you're just playing. We are one Nigeria. We're not going anywhere. When I landed and I saw my own apartment, only me. In fact, they had an apartment for my PA that I've not gotten. My PA of 2023. They said, this way your PA will be, this way your own lodge will be. Oh my God. If you see the master bedroom, I said, God, if you see the sitting room where I was kept. And the next day we had the meeting with the governor. And I shook his hands. And he said, Kojo, would like to work with you. So after you see governor, the next person you're going to see is who? God, okay. God is Ifa now. Are we saying God? I'll dodge that one. Oh. I see God every day when I meet. I meet to see my quiet time. Amen. How many of you want to see God now? Thank you very much. So what am I saying? Just imagine we didn't stay on. Just imagine we fell by the wayside. I won't be standing here to tell you to stay on. The first responsibility you have for yourself is to find what it is that God has called out for you. Let's move quickly. Then we continue. Then I'm going to tell you about 3 stories from 3 organizations very, very quickly. Don't forget where we're coming from. The pain points of yesterday. I called it the access miracle. How this guy at the age of 32, you know what this guy got? He was an executive director of a bank called GT Bank. At the age of 32, his name is Ike Mokwede. I met him twice at NESG. Now, he was just not satisfied. In fact, when he told his mother that, hello, madam, mommy, I'm not satisfied I'm thinking of something else. The mother thought in their deliverance. At the age of 32, you're an executive director of the bank. The next thing is to become a CEO of the bank. Of course, he was going to be in line after maybe Shegun Baji and the rest. But he knew that was not his calling. Then he took some time off, went to Harvard, went for a course. Then somebody gave him a book, Buyout. He started reading that book on how to buy a bank. So he looked above his shelf. He looked above his cubicle or whatever, his office, and told his friend, say, let's go and buy a bank. And they did all they can. They gathered money. Maybe I'm telling the newspaper version, because people will know the exact version. Don't mind me. Allow me to tell you the newspaper version. So they did all they can, and they acquired a bank. That small regional bank. I read a story first in Forbes magazine in 2014. Forbes magazine was my business school. I didn't have money to go to a business school. So I buy Forbes magazine every month. Till today I still buy it. And I digest the story. In fact, I'm not in quotes. I mean, the story don't inspire me so much again, because virtually the things I see there, we have created them. So we are moving ahead. Africa Business Report. That's what we're looking to read now. The Harvard Business Review now. So but what am I talking? This young man gathered and they took over one bank that was so thin, and they've turned that bank into an empire. So you still ask yourself, do not settle for less. The things you don't like, say it out. The job that you're thinking of resigning. A lot of people will counsel you A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. But if you know that you're not supposed to be there, take a leave of absence. Go and start looking for something that connects to your long-term purpose. Life is too short. In fact, I'm one kind of CEO that people don't like. I help my staff to get jobs. I'm telling you, I help them to get jobs. It's the truth. I run a very flat company. The day you bring let me know when you want. In fact, the day you're coming in, my interview process, I ask you 2 questions. How long are you staying? I know there are some stuff with me that we're going to buy the private jet together. Yes, we know that. We're there for the long haul. But I know that some will just come and pass. So I want to know who you are. And when that time is drawing near, I will even be the one. When you're going for interviews, just tell me. We'll create that time for you. That's the kind of CEO I am. Not the kind of CEO that you say, sir, I'm going to the hospital to go and do routine checks. Then for there you branch to go. No. I just feel that everybody's connected one way or the other. So that was the guy. I just imagine he stayed in that place. Maybe by now they'll be thinking of handing over, because, of course, the deputy managing director is still there right now that just retired. Maybe they'll be handing over the bank to him. After 10 years, he'll retire, but he needs something more than that. So ask yourself, what is that thing you desire more than what you're having today? What's that thing that trickles you from the inside? What's that thing that is making you uncomfortable? That's deep down inside you. The deep collects the deep. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. As we run, we're living outside the shore of this country. I won't spend much time here. These two men, they were PhD graduates. In fact, they were still doing their PhD that time in Stanford. And they built a search engine. The current search engines of that day were just fine. Alta Vista and all the likes. InfoSeek. They didn't want to build a company. They just built a search engine. And that was all. They were all right. In fact, they were hawking the search engine. Will you buy our search engine? Use it to work for you. And nobody seems to buy. Until one man just looked into what they had and said, there's a potential in this. And he wrote them $100,000 check. They didn't even have a company. But when they got the check, they have to go and register the company, and they built a business. I follow this company every quarter when they release their financial results. In July, in 3 months, Google made $69 billion in 3 months. Ask yourself, how much did Nigeria make in 1 year? In 3 months. In fact, their search business gave them $62 billion. Just search. All those things that we are searching. Anything that is free, we are the product, apart from Confab. Amen. Anything online that is free, you are the product. That's what you call the eyeballs. All those screen time that you spend, they have an artificial intelligence tool that calculates that time. And that time fits back into what you call a business model. So it's all a marketplace, functional paradigm. The marketplace is that as the marketplace gets footfall, the same way the social space gets eyeballs. So the number of eyeballs fixating on an application rises the commercial value of that product very high and gives a lot of drive to that particular solution. That's why you are wondering, Google is free. Oh no, it's not free. WhatsApp, all of us have gone to WhatsApp. Friends, WhatsApp. Facebook paid $19 billion to buy WhatsApp, and they've not charged any of its 1 billion users a dime. You know why? You did not know. You thought it was only in Facebook they have keywords. In WhatsApp, they also have keywords. So if you have any brilliant idea and you share it with your friend, uncle, you have lost it. 20,000 people have seen that. People pay for keywords on WhatsApp. If success is your keyword, some people are waiting at the end of the day. How many of you have woken up at 2 a.m. in the night, Nigerian time? What do you say on your WhatsApp status? When you wake up at that time, God bless you. You know what they are doing? Everything you did that day. Updating. They tell you they are storing it for you in the cloud. So that when your phone has issue, you can pull out your last, okay, that's the value they are giving to you. But beyond that time, what they call the rise of data brokers. So that's why these people are making huge, huge money. And that's fine. And we are cool with it. Okay, that's okay. I'm just letting you know that while it is free, me and you, we are paying, adding value to those platforms. But like Johnson Abali said, these people have seen the trends 10, 15 years down the line. They now build products and solutions to match up the trends. So me and you, we are just analyzing what they have reasoned out in their boardrooms 15 years ago. and they've cashed out and they have clean mouth, and here we are celebrating WhatsApp. So we move to another story in the slide. As we begin to wrap up quickly, very fast. And that story is about the $800 ride that created Uber. The man behind this Uber vision, he took a ride that cost $800. He chartered a private taxi. And he was like, why is taxi so expensive? That was the brain behind this. So let me ask you a question. How many of you have taken all this taxi cab that was very expensive before? And you did not think about Uber? She sees the difference between me and you and them. Now, let's come back home. A challenging problem gets to your door. You don't just gloss over that problem. There's a reason why it got to you. You're supposed to think about that solution. You're supposed to think about how to scale that solution when you get it. That's the difference. Then the final thing I'm going to see in the next slide. I talked about that. Now, we'll get to some of the things I want to share today about myself. I've told you about Mandela. I've told you about Viktor Franklin. And I've told you about Ike Imokwede. Told you about Google guys and the Uber founder. But let me share something that in the midst of challenges, in the midst of so-called trials, in the midst of pain, in the midst of not so nice situation, God in his wisdom can put a solution in your hands. Now, before I share the story, I want to tell you something. Nobody can really steal your idea. Let me say this again. The best they can do is to steal your PowerPoint slide. The best they can do is to steal your what? They steal your business model. But they really cannot steal your passion. And your passion will always beat them any day. When Success Tab got into slots, when we got into retail slots, there's one of the biggest brands in smartphone in the world. Their sales manager went to start spying what Success Tab was all about. And I bragged in my office to my small team of about 11 staff. Then, I was in 2016. I bragged. I said, if these people come here, I don't want to call their name. I don't want to give them publicity. That's the phone I use. I said, if they come to this space where we are, education technology will beat them black and blue. And I knew it. The biggest boy in tech, when Success Tab was coming from China, I met him. I don't want to call his name. I said, we have our tablets coming. He said, yes, bring it. When it comes, my son will say, he has a very big retail chain. And I know he copies people's idea. And I told my staff, I said, if this guy venture comes in here, we will beat him black and blue. Because this one, we did not think about it, we were given. I don't think about what happens in education. It just pops into my spirit. It just pops into it. Let me give you an idea. Google in all their wealth, I told you about Google. Google in all their wealth, they went into social media. They ran away. They started Google Plus. I don't even remember. Yes, Google Plus. Google Plus had 500 million users. Just imagine you build an app that has 500 million users. You will sleep there. Google shut it down. If it's social media is not your thing, it's not your thing. They shut Google Plus down with over 500 million users because as they were doing the Google, what happened? Facebook was dusting them. They were clapping themselves for 500 million users. Facebook was already getting 2 billion users. And because of their pride and we can't be second and third behind Facebook, we shut this thing down. Now, my first mentor company was Microsoft. When search was becoming very amazing, Google was doing so much in search and additional were good. Microsoft went into search. Do you know their search application? What's the name? Thank you very much. They brought Bing to fight Google search. Google search beat them black and white. Are you aware that they've changed, they've moved on Google search and Bing? They're migrating because they can't catch up. So what am I telling you today? The thing that God has given you, the best of the best countries in the world cannot beat you on your space. The day they enter their space, you will make them look like what? Like they came the wrong way. So you need to find out that thing. You need to use your life to search for it. And you know what about God? Wisdom is universal. The Bible says, if you lack wisdom, ask of God, right? That's one way to get. But there's another way in which you get wisdom cheap. That same Bible in Exodus said, as many as gave themselves over to knowledge, God gave them wisdom. That one you don't even need to pray. That's why you want to ask, how does Dangote how does he do his business? He gave himself over to knowledge. The Facebook boy you are clapping for today, when others were looking for the fine girls on campus, he was in his dorm room trying to unravel mysteries behind hacking, behind software, behind coding, was building social networks and all the likes. He was giving. It's a wisdom thing and you can get yours. By the time you apply your heart to knowledge in your field of expertise, in your gifting, you begin to get the wisdom to function in that area. And when you get the wisdom to function in that area, the best of monies and capacities cannot beat you. That's a good place to clap. Thank you, Pastor Johnson, for giving me that line. So what am I saying? I'm saying it's a new day. Tell your neighbor by your side, it's a new day. Louder, say it like you believe it's a new day. So what that means to say is simple. When you leave this place, we are doing 3 post-programs. First time in the Confab. The first post-program is Connect and Click. I'll tell you what that is as we go on. The second one is the personal, we'll call it Purpose Discovery Program. So if you're here, you want to find out the thing that God has, decided for you, that God has put inside you. You're looking for a systemic way to understand it. We won't be able to show you because you need to find it for yourself, but we can guide you through that process. And I'll be talking to our speakers here to help us design something, maybe a slide. So if you're interested to join that program, the Purpose Discovery Program, they'll show this, the link on the slide when that time comes. Just join the link. It's a 4 weeks Saturday program, hybrid or fully virtual as the case may be. I will sit down with you and try to give you some path directions. Because on the sky, everybody has a place. Everybody has a place. Your rising up is not the reason for my going down. No. We all can go up together. The knowledge of scriptures can give everybody the leverage and the lever to reach the highest of the highest point. So tell your neighbor, welcome. Allow them to say, welcome. Welcome to the highest of the highest heights. So I want to tell you my story. I shared the first one already, the 9's connection. Another thing I did not tell you was that 9. I told you I had F9, F9, F9. How many of you are here when I said the story? Okay, some of you are here. All right. I never told you that I was a top striker in my football team when I was in secondary school. Don't clap. Now, top 9, top strikers, they wear the shirt number 9. Oh my God. In a particular term, I used to score like 60 goals in a term. If you give me the ball like this, if I hold the ball like don't try me. I played my SS1 away. I played my SS2 away. When my result came in SS3, that 9, it disappeared from the back of my shirt. It landed on my result. That's the 9's connection. So mathematics was F9, chemistry F9, physics F9, Yoruba F9. The next one, biology, was F9. The Bible says if the foundation is destroyed, the righteous can go back and fix the faulty foundation. Else, that righteous person will groan. That's why you see some people that they carry Bible, but they are very wretched people. And they like to counsel you. All these young boys nowadays come here. Let me tell you, what do you want to tell me? It's the truth. They first come and counsel you. Say, when I was your age, when you were, what did you do? I'm not saying you should not listen to elders, so hey, please don't say I went to Confab. No. That's not what I'm saying. Listen to elders, but they say that the Yoruba says that when somebody is advising you, look at the shirt that they are wearing. Don't disrespect anybody, but just filter through. I mean, just be very quietly listen, thank the people. But you know what you should do by yourself. But where I'm going to, that was a nice connection. But that was my story. It was a painful story. I was telling some people some years ago, when my other friends went to UI, some other ones went to UCH, other went to Uniport. My friend, I was in UI. Year 1, University of LA. Year 2, University of LA. Year 3, 300 level. I now have to wake up. See, there's nothing God can do. See, God will not break principles that He has put in place. The principle is that you need to understand the dynamics of how to pass your O levels, else you not go to university. There's no two way about it. So I had to sit down and started combing past questions and started reading voraciously. It got to a point that my mother sent me to Tinkan because my mother, I told you a business crashed at that time, so she was into buying and selling. Buying and selling that people gave her goods to sell for her to return back after she had sold. So my mother gave me a box to carry. When I got to Tinkan under the sun, I opened my physics notes. I was digesting and I was solving past questions. A man saw me under the sun. He looked at me. He said, young boy, you're going to make it. I said, amen. But me, I just wanted to pass my exam. You can keep the prayer for another day. But I think the man saw into 20, 25 years ahead of time. Say if this mad boy can be under the sun, there's something about this boy that is going to shoot someday. All for me was just to pass an exam. Those were the pain points. But today, when technology began to come, we built a solution. And that solution that we built today, I'm fast tracking. Another one was a sincere meeting with Cell. So when I couldn't pass my WAEC exams, JAM beat me 4-0. You know what I mean by 4-0? First JAM, 146. Wow. Second JAM, 189. Third JAM, 189. Now, the fourth JAM was even the worst because I've already gotten into diploma computer science at that time in university. My fourth JAM was 156. I even went back. So I knew that my destiny was not with JAM. I have to go and find my destiny by myself. So one day I had a sincere meeting with myself. And I want to encourage you, when life hits you, when people have given you their own counsel, retire somewhere and have a sincere meeting with yourself. I know what I asked myself. I said, Koejo, what can you even do with your life? Just as if I was second person. And I searched. I searched and searched and searched. Can you do book? You cannot do book. See, you can see the story. What can you do? I searched and searched and searched and searched. It was year 2000. And immediately my face just beamed up with smiles. I just remembered that, Koejo, there's one thing you have. There's one skill that you have. And that was the skill of schools outreach. Honestly speaking, my dear friends, that brought joy into my intestine. I joined the LTP 2.5 years before that time. I was voracious about kingdom service. I just loved to be where they were doing schools outreach. Till today, I've never read any book on recruitment. But if anybody walks into my office, the inoculation I got from the leadership training program, of how we enter into a school without form, without void, and we set up a fellowship. That was all the skill I had. And I was happy. I said, God, I thank you. On Mondays was free. On Tuesdays, that time we had the LTP. On Wednesday, I was at Heritage and Praise. So I was at Eco International School. On Thursday, I was at Heritage and Praise. I was at High Grade. On Friday, I was at Heritage and Praise and Community. 4 schools in a week. One 18-year-old boy. All I knew was to do was go to schools and set up outreaches. Now, what am I telling you all the stories? Let me fast track. Today, I built solutions for schools. In 2000, all I knew was how to set up schools. Fellowship in schools. Are you connecting the dots? Are you connecting the dots? Until 2 years ago, that's when I found out that the only skill I had in 2000, the only people I knew how to serve were the people I now make solutions for. And God be praised, we made multi millions serving that block of people. So, as I continue, I saw that I had a skill beyond software development. People said, could you write good software? No, that was not my skill. My skill was understanding the next thing that will happen in the student space. 2 weeks ago, I had to see the Commissioner of Education. And I told her, I said, I foresee this will happen in the trend of the result setting. When it came out, it happened the same way. When the pandemic came, it was the boosting up of the rising of the company that we started some years back. Looking back, that's how we built a business. I spoke about the inoculation of excellence. Today, people use the product success box. They go on to excel. Do you know how success box started? Success box started with pain. I failed WIEC. I failed JAMB. I started using past questions. Today, we put those past questions into software. And we give to students to practice. I even told you, even staying around us alone, you will rub off excellence upon you. House help just wrote WIEC. She blasted WIEC. Her WIEC result was better than my own WIEC result. She saw a WIEC result about 3 days ago. My wife sent it to me on WhatsApp. I was in the office. The result she didn't make, but the result they didn't teach her. But just standing with all the work in the house, you went there. You stay where success box is being produced, and you cannot we use anointing oil for you then. And that's it. So what am I saying? It was tough, it was painful, but look at what is coming out. As we want to close this session, friends and friends, I want to move to something else. The next slide. Another pattern that I found. I found this some 1.5 years ago. I want to share, or 2 years ago. Next slide. Thank you very much. This pattern is called the 13th pattern. You need to go and find your own. This is my own. I'm going to tell you my own. I've gotten it, and I'm going to write a book about it. It's already trademarked. So connecting the dots, there's one I call 13. First, the 13th book. I attended a conference in 2006, and I got fired up, just like you're going to be fired. You'll be fired up already. So I went back home, and all I could do was to pray. So as I knelt down to pray and said, God, what do I do with my life? Do I go the entrepreneur route? Do I go the employee route? Then God told me, pick your Bible. Count to the 13th book of the Bible. So my Bible was by my side. I picked the Bible and I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the 13th book is called First Chronicles. That's why today the company we run is called Chronicles Software Development Company. You know why you're clapping? When the company they have form and void, no one wanted to run away. We went to meet Pastor Toby to give us a job. Because we stayed true. That's why you're clapping. My prayer for you is that you will stay true. The things that God has shown you, you will stay on. The things you're still going to collect from heaven, you will stay true. Because when you do, your light cannot be stopped. So that was how we used that fire. We didn't know how to build a company. I started going to conferences, going to seminars like that. Then in final year, I gathered a few of my friends and we started. 3 of them are still with us. One resigned last year because she was relocating to Canada finally. She's not among those that jackpot. No. We started Lagos office together. We're jumping into, down for buses together, going for meetings. And her husband was transferred to France, so she had to move to France. Then later to Singapore, she had to move to Singapore. Now they relocated to Canada, and she knew that she's not going to come to Nigeria in another 10 or 20 years' time. And said, Kwejo, there's no need. Just tell me what will happen to my shares. She came in with no 1 naira, but we are going to pack some few millions and give her for the exchange of the shares because the company wants to buy back our equity. So the company that we started, just like you said, abstract wealth. But that abstract wealth is now turned into value. When we did our company analysis at the end of the year, we saw that every 1 share in this company is valuable. And we shared the books with her. The fact that she's in Canada and now she's here, we can't cheat her. No. We want to be a global company. So we pay everybody what they are due. And that's exactly what happened. And the Lord gave us a word that a little one will become 1,000 and a small one a strong nation. So I told my staff some days back, I said, we are operating in less than 1% of heaven's capacity. So all that chronicles you are seeing today is just 1%. Don't worry, you begin to see more. You didn't say amen. Say louder one. So, but I thought that's the only 13. No, that's not the only 13. Let's move on. Next slide. Insight from scriptures. The next slide. On the 13th year of our company was 1 year to come. In 2019, we're just about 12 years connecting the dots. Then the Lord popped it in my spirit and said the 13th year is always the year of enthronement. I said, really? He took me to the life of Joseph. I like the way you're paying attention. Please keep it up. We're entering the very beautiful part of this teaching. Joseph went from dream to enthronement 13 years. So the Lord told me that your 13th year is the year of enthronement. We're just 12 years old. Nobody knew us. So I began to study because when God speaks, you need to take covenant positions to understand the responsibilities you need to take. So I sat down, I did a study by myself. And the study was titled Enthronement 13 years means enthronement from scriptures. So I swept scriptures. I understood that the next year, which was 2020, was a covenant year of elevation. Then 2020, after we sang Hallelujah chorus, after we sang Happy New Year, pandemic came. Pandemic came, I was like, God, this is not what you told us. In fact, I knew about the pandemic before Nigerians got to know. Why? Because my goods were already in China. So we already held down in China first before pandemic came to Nigeria. So a week before Lagos State shut down the economy, Chronicles shut down because we knew everywhere was going to shut down. So I began to sweep scriptures. I said, God, what is it? This is not what you promised. I never knew that the pandemic was the pathway to the palace. I never knew. Government started seeking for answers. Government was looking for ways. Schools were shut down for months. How will learning continue? How will this continue? And whereas we have been building from the backside of the desert, we started with universal test engine, we started with success box, started with success tab. We were telling schools about tablets for learning. They were like, what's going to happen? We're not ready. But when pandemic struck, the schools were closed. Everybody were looking for digital learning. Then one day I got a call on my phone. One high-ranking official of Lagos State was calling me, the commissioner, and said, Kwejo, you need to be in my office. So I sat down in her office. And when she was calling me, I said, God, I know my time has come. Amen. Tell your neighbor your time will soon come. Somebody said something one day and I marked it. He said, prepare yourself for one day your time will come. So write it down somewhere. Prepare yourself. So I got a call. Mr. Kwejo, you need to be in my office. And those kind of calls, just like Joseph. When the king called Joseph, you know what? No, Joseph had to shape. No, me, I had already prepared. I knew how to dress very well. Gave my shoe a shine. My jacket was on point, and I sat down. But before I went, I asked from heaven, what do I say? And they gave me 4 points, 5 points actually. And I sat down as an oracle. I said, Ma, 5 things you need to do. And it will turn the Lagos State educational sector around in the states. Number 1A, number 2, and all of you want to come begin to write. I'm not jotting. I'm not dictating. The person I've told. I said, number 1, you need to do this. Number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. As I speak to you, 4 out of those 5 things have been done. Now let me tell you. Last year when the WAEC result of Lagos State came out, public school, Ayomiko is here. Sadiq is also here. Lagos State moved from 36% pass rate to 81% pass rate. Unprecedented. The government called me again. Amen. They said, Mr. Kwejo, we are preparing an award for you. We are giving you the Platinum Award. That's the highest award for education intervention in this state. I was called up to a hotel and suites some 4 weeks ago, and we were received by the deputy governor of the state. The governor was actually out of town because he was supposed to be the one to present it. But it doesn't matter how he's presenting it. Award is what? But did you see? We were able to connect the dots that 13th year, we prepared, we waited. So after 13, what next? I found again. As this year was coming, this is our 14th year. The Bible said at December last year, during the impact that our pastor was putting together, Pastor W.F. Komoye, I saw another light from scriptures again that says at the end of every 7 years, there's a release. I'll talk to you about that in Confab 14. Amazing. I said, Lord, this is our second 7 year. There must be this release that you told me in 2019. He gave me clear-cut release. I documented it down, the kind of release we wanted to see. And when I saw release jam with release, I sat down again for another 5 weeks. And I did a study about the 14th, the 7th year called the release. At the end of every 7th year. So I'm not surprised that we have arrived where we have arrived because the Lord has said. So my dear friends, why am I sharing these things? Freely we have received it. Freely we are giving. So you take these words and set your life in motion so you can get to the top. And you will get there. A louder amen. As I want to close, the most interesting connecting the dot, when you hear this one, you know that there is no coincidence in life. This is I told you about the 13th year, the 13th book. Number 13 is enthronement from scriptures. Don't forget, Hollywood has bastardized 13. They don't want you to see it. And see, the entire capitalist system was built on scriptures. But they do it in such a way that you will not know it was from scriptures. They'll give you different kind of alliterations. They'll give you the entire banking system that was a foundation of the capitalist, economy was built on scriptures. There's this line in scriptures that says, "He that is faithful in little is faithful in more." That is the verse that every risk officer used to quote in his mind before they give you a loan. They will not tell you. That's why if you have never made 10 naira, they cannot give you 10 naira. If you have not made 100 naira, they cannot loan you 100 naira. Pastor Tobe can tell you more about that. That's his field. But that's the understanding. They'll say, go and bring your 3 years financial statement so they can see what they call your cash flow. If you have not handled this much, they cannot give you this much. So we use the light of scriptures to create, to what? To create our future. I just shared with you those lights. Go back home. Don't just do quiet time and Bible reading. No. Those days are past. Nobody's pursuing you. What was this thing? Bible in a year? Who is pursuing you? Who is pursuing you? One Bible in a year. A Bible in a... No. If you're going to stay in one verse for 1 month to unearthing the treasures and the revelations and the light from that verse, and it's only that verse you use to create your world, why not? The Bible says every verse of scripture is inspired by the Lord. So who is pursuing you? You want to cover the entire Bible in a year and get a PhD and nothing is producing in your life? No. Our fathers that went before us, they used the scriptures to create mega church empires to bring people into God's kingdom. But nowadays, we are using scriptures to create global companies to take empires for God's kingdom. That's the way to place. That's the way place to clap, brother. So as you ask yourself, before you come, I know you are coming. This is second to the last slide. Friends, this is the most important. I told you about the 13th book, the 13th year, and let me share with you about the 13th day. Exactly this day, 25 years ago, I gave my life to Christ. So when God gave us connecting the dots, I didn't know. When we chose 13th of August, I didn't know. I had to go and look at it again in the calendar. I said, this is going to happen on this day. Why is all this thing happening? A new generation is rising. And that generation, they see the trends, they speak it, and it comes to pass. And see, your WAEC results that just came out 2 weeks ago. Those of you that are educationists, I predicted it cleanly, neatly. I went up 2 weeks ago. I went to see the management up there. I said, the results of last year and this year is going to be different. And I told them exactly what they were going to see. I see, when the work results came out, it was exact. The Bible says that there were people of the tribe of Issachar. They had understanding of the times, what Israel needed to do. And you need to enter into that tribe. So as I want to close, there are some people here today that want to do what I did 25 years ago. They had done it before, but they lost it. But today they want to recapture an existential relationship. Christianity is not a religion. Throw it away. It's a relationship that you have with your maker and your creator. And that's, we're going to have that session with. You want to connect upwards. You don't need to come to the front. But where you are, you just connect upwards. And open your hearts to the creator. And say, Jesus, come into my heart. I need a new heart. I need a new life. In 1 minute, can we just bow our heads everywhere? God bless you. You don't need to signify by raising up your hands. No, no, no. Where you are, you want to enter into that relationship with your Maker. Exactly this day, 25 years ago, you want to make peace with God. Maybe you have done that before, but you fell off the track. But you want to come again. What a beauty. What a day. As you do that, just say, Lord, enter into my heart. Give me grace not to go back again. Help me to remain firm to the very end. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Put your beautiful hands together for Jesus. You can clap, you can clap, you can clap, you can clap. There's this link here for those of you that said those words. Connect and click. Just bring out your phone, just type this link, and just fill in your details. I will personally get in touch with you, and we can begin to see how to help ourselves on this journey. You can scan it. Thank you very much. You can scan the QR code from where you are sitting. Just scan it. Or you can copy the link directly. I can just read the link from here. bit.ly/connect and click. One word. Connect and click. God bless you. We're going to take 1 minute to just do that. bit.ly/connect and click. The reason why we do that is so that we can all start and we can all continue. And when we do that, a brand new day begins to emerge. And I want to move, those of you that are doing that, do that quickly, just from your screenshot from where you are, or write it out down, or just, I'd like you to do that right now. Don't wait until we enter the next session. Enter the next session is variety. You might be carried away, but I need you to get that done now. I personally will get in touch with you and we can begin. We're wrapping up now. And as we close, next slide, please. And so we come to a season as we've ended. I bring to you the final real out of messages as you leave here. Great programs don't make great people, but great decisions do. I want to implore you as you leave this place, wake up to your kingdom responsibility. Keep your walk with God intact. These things that we did here today, they were recorded and they've gone straight to the cloud. We're going to send every one of you the link so that you can watch it and watch it and watch it. Pastor Tobe's session, Dr. Sam's session, Johnson Abali's session, Nireti Adebayo's session. I'll personally go and have a personal retreat on these things. I don't want to be a convener without the fruits of the program. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to take lights. The one I jotted was in a hurry. I was organizing program. I didn't get it fully. I only got like 10% of what they shared. I'm going to go back. I do my personal retreats the first Wednesdays of every month. I'm out of Lagos, camping in God's presence, trying to hear. My next retreat, I'll be playing these things to my hearing. So I want to implore you, whether it's your weekends, or you put it in your earpiece, and feast on these things until the light beams. My anchors will come and tell you more about the Purpose Discovery Program and all that we'll be doing. Once again, thank you, and God bless you.
Keep it coming, keep it coming, keep it coming.
Wow. So powerful, beautiful. You know, one thing again that we've also heard from one of the speakers is that when you constantly hear these things, hear from people's experiences, you begin to think like them. You begin to be motivated to know, okay, this is what I'm supposed to do at this time. Thank you, Mr. Koyojo, for that wonderful session. It's truly enlightening. So briefly, One of the points that I've taken away from each session is, first, sometimes you need to understand, do like a deeper dive of yourself, like know what is triggering you. Realize as well that Joseph is not a mint. Excellence, breaking ground, being innovative, being the one setting the trend. It's not just a mint. You can be that person. Sometimes all it takes is identify that thing within yourself and push yourself above barriers, above the pains you might have experienced, and create something beautiful for yourself. That's truly enlightening for me. Yeah.
Thank you very much. By my time, it's 4 p.m. I would like every one of us to put a round of give ourselves a round of applause. We do not take your presence here for granted. We do not take your patience for granted, and we do appreciate our patience, our willingness to listen. Right now, I'll be rolling out what the plans for the next few minutes would be. Like we said, we'll be having a panel discussion. But while that will be going on, lunch is being passed around to every one of us. Let's just try to do it as orderly as we possibly can. We'll be going straight into the panel sessions, but we won't be able to take as many questions as we thought we were going to be able to take. So what we're going to do is we'll take, what do you think?
Oh, we can take 3 questions.
Okay, one from the extreme, one from this extreme, and one from the middle. But I know that there'll be many more questions, so we would implore every one of us to please send them to the Confab email. If you do not have the Confab email, we would have it displayed on screen. Media team, can we please display the Confab email on screen? I believe every one of us here should have it, but then there are some people that just came in today, so they've not been receiving our emails. So if you have any questions and your question does not get attended to right here, please send it to the Confab email. We will attend to it. You can even go as far as telling us which speaker you are addressing your question to, and you definitely get a response from us. So can the ushers please ensure that lunch is being passed around while we move on to the panel session? Our speakers, yes, please. So just to crave your indulgence, we'll just take the question and then move the mic to whoever wants to take the answer. I hope that works. Yes, 2 or 3, so that you can also leave. Thank you so much for your time as well. Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for our speakers. So if you have any questions, can you just signify? I think we'll even start with just any from anywhere. Okay, great. We have one. We have one from this row. Any other row?
Please
questions?
move to the
yes,
front.
please come forward.
Move forward.
If you have any questions, come forward. We need 2 more persons.
Yes, so we've
Okay,
picked
great.
somebody from this side already.
Yeah, there's one here.
From the video. Yes, please. Step
Any
forward.
question? Okay, please come
Yes,
forward. The
please.
3 of you. Great. So come. Thank you. Let's
Can
not
all take the questions at once?
Okay. How would you like it done, sirs? All the questions then you can now attend to. Great. Come, you had first. You need to come here. Sorry. Thank you. Your name and then the question.
My name is Blessing Kolade, and my question is, how do you handle ageism when it comes to re-entering the workforce? For example, maybe you had a career break for one reason or the other, and you want to re-enter the workforce, and it's difficult. So how do you handle it, especially for women who are married and have had kids, and you have a huge break in between? And you find out that even when you have acquired skills, you've taken courses during the time of the break, there's still this age difference. They keep looking at you, and it's hard to get back in. What can one do?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My question is actually to the first speaker, Dr. Sam, and he actually promised some resources, and he said we should send to an email address. So I'd like to request for the email kindly, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Deborah Adeleke Oluwabukola Adeshewa. So my question is for Dad Johnson Abali. Good evening, Dad. You studied English, but I've always wondered, how did you acquire so many different informations like art, science? You have so many vast knowledge about different things that are not even in your field. How did you get all those information? Did you get it at once, or it was like an intentional act to like, okay, let me study science, or let me go into art? How?
All right, thank you very much. Sorry. Okay, sir, can we take one last question? I mean, one of the questions was she was requesting that some documents are sent. So maybe we have slot for one more. So come on, come on. Okay, are there two more? Okay, we'll can only take one more person, including him. So how do we choose? Let's have the guy. You raised up your hand. There was a guy and a lady. Yeah, so let's have the guy. We've had all ladies so far. So
okay, my name is Sylvester Obiji, and my question is to Pastor. I forgot. Yeah, the with the black. Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson and Mr. John rather, Pastor John. And my question is, what do you do when you're in the pool of making decision and you don't know what exactly to? Like that same state at which you are, you need the decision. Like you need to make decision at that instant. You don't know what to do at that instant. You don't know which one to take exactly.
okay. Also, just to add, I'm sure these questions are not. If our panelists wants to take on any of the questions, even if it was directed to someone else, please. Well, very well.
All right, sir. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Dafford. I am not like I want to ask about consistency. I'm always having like issues with that. Like I have many goals in life, but like 1 minute I'm on this, 1 minute I'm on that. Like I'm not always really that, on one. So that's what I want to ask.
Thank you very much. Before we move to the panelists, one of the questions was about the content that Dr. Sam Ikoku said he was going to share with us. All of that content will be made available to every one of us via email. I believe that I can. Yes, thank you very much, sir. So I'll move on to the panelists now so they can take all the questions.
Well, good afternoon once again. I see a passion here because your generation, with all due respect, are not very, very patient people. So to see you all sitting down and paying attention after all these hours is very, very encouraging and impressive for me. So well done. It's obvious you've come for change, and I pray you get it. I pray something you've written down, heard, has juggled something in your brain that would help you to position yourself for the future you want. Now, I think the first question here is about how do you come back from a career break? Notice the word is not a setback, it's a break. And I know there are people here who I'm not a HR person. I'm into productivity. I'm into private equity, but I have seen this happen in my portfolio of investments. A break in work, a break in your career, a break in circumstances is not a break in your life. At any given point in time, you are learning. In fact, what I've found in about maybe 10% of people that I'll call high achievers is that the break is a blessing. It's when you explore certain aspects that are peripheral to what you used to do that improve your content and your context. So that when you do come back, if you choose the same career, you'll be a bit more robust in the way you interact with what needs to get done. And for some people, it may be a time to actually change your career. If you take a break because you are having a baby, for example, it's a great time to experiment. If you lose your job, it's a great time to read a lot of books. So unless the break was such that you were incapacitated physically and maybe mentally, I see it as a curve. I see it as a point of inflection in a curve, a place where you can shoot up, learn new things, enter into new careers, experiment with all those things that have been at the back of your mind that are not allowing you to focus. I know people who've used the break to write books and a new career has started. The most important thing is to understand that whatever the cause of the break, find a blessing in it. I don't want to preach, but I think one of the things you should take away is this: nothing happens to you. Everything happens for you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sam. Building on what Dr. Sam has said, for the lady that asked the question, I really don't know what field you are in, but maybe you can see the lady anchoring and get my details, and let's have a side discussion on that. Let's see what can come out of it. But going forward, nobody should have a break from work because there is a new work environment. In fact, there are embassies today that if you have more than 6 months break from work, you will not get certain visas. Today, you will not get certain work visas because it's unexplainable in the new world of work why you should take a break. You can reduce the number of hours you dedicate to working, but you should always find something doing. And I've been advising people on this for the past few years. You can volunteer. Your volunteering hours are going to be counted. And so even if you are volunteering 2 weeks, 4 weeks, and 4 hours a week, it will count for you. But when you send a report, and it happens to me, if I want to hire someone who says, oh, I've not worked for 6 months, instantly in my mind, I'm like, if you were not ill, what were you doing for 6 months? You went to have a baby, fantastic, but is there a way you could have volunteered for 2 hours per week? And you put it there. Because in the minds of those of us, who've had ups and downs, even when the downs are there, find something doing. So why we look at what to do, but going forward, please, and I'm saying that to everybody. In fact, start volunteering from college, university. Start volunteering from the university. Those volunteering hours, you never know what it will do for you. When I was in school, I volunteered with Total, 1998. When I finished from school, before I served, that same Total hired me. After I got the job by Total, and for some reasons, after I prayed, I needed to change direction. Even after I had about 3 years experience, when I was looking for a job again, guess what? They looked at my experience in Total during my volunteering, and I was promoted to lead a team, even though I had never worked in that department. So they did not count the number of years of experience just after school. They looked at the internship, the volunteering, and they were like, we need someone who has this experience. And by the time I came in, I started leading a team that had people who had worked for 17 years. Automatically, I became their supervisor because of internship. So please, never give up the opportunity to volunteer. Are we fine with that? On one more, before I pass to my dearly beloved brother. Consistency. What will help you is look at the end game. The reason why people are not consistent is that they are thinking about the journey. If you think about the journey, the challenges on the journey will hit you hard. What is the end game? And think of life, career, as traveling on a road. You are going to Ibadan. No matter what happens to your vehicle between here and Ibadan, are you going to stop? If you must get to Ibadan, what will you do? Whether you change vehicle, whether you trek, whether you enter bike, whether you enter canoe, the ultimate target is to do what? Get to Ibadan. That is consistency. And consistency is not about where you walk. Consistency is about your life. In today's world, sometimes someone will say, oh, you have worked in 4 places. No one looks at it. What experience are you putting on the table? You've worked in 1 place. What experience are you putting on the table? Be consistent to a cause. Have the end goal in sight and pursue that end goal. As long as you are pursuing the end goal, it's easier for you to be consistent. I'll wrap it up by telling a story. Me and my colleagues, we went for team bonding and we went to Ghana. We wanted to climb a mountain. And before we started climbing the mountain, they warned us, once you cross this gate, you cannot come back. So take a decision. Do you want to go or do you want to stay back? Some people were like, no, we can't. They said, no, once you cross, you can't come back. So some people were like, we will not go. But by the time 95% of the team members were already going, the 5% who didn't want to go, out of shame, they entered. They forgot that they said, don't turn back. And so as we entered, we crossed some ropes and all that. They said you can't come back because if you are coming back, you obstruct the traffic of those moving. And everybody is moving forward. So there were some people who by the time they got 25% of the journey, they felt they were going to die. Some of them sat on the floor. Some poured water on their head. Some started removing their clothes. That, oh, the heat is too much. Some were cursing the day they were born. Some were wondering why they came on the journey. But guess what? At the end of the day, we all climbed the mountain. Because when we left them behind, when they noticed though, the people I came with have gone forward, took themselves up, they went. Why did they continue? Because there was no way to go back. If there was a way to stop on the journey and go back, what would have happened? Half of us would have come back. But we carried ourselves. We gave each other water. We sang until we could not sing again. Our legs looked like iron. But guess what? One way or the other, we ended up getting to the top of the journey. Be consistent, but look at the end.
You asked me differently. Yeah, when you have multiple options and you have to make a decision from one of them. All right. There are a lot of things that I've shared here today that I think you can pull from. But one of the things I think people need to pay attention to is vision. And I'm going to explain why. Vision makes decision making easy. Absolutely. Vision is what determines what path I want to follow, who I want to be friends with, what I want to read, because is it building up to where I really want to go? Let's say you want to win 100 meters Olympic gold, right? Let's call you Brother Musa. Correct? Today, you want to win 100 meters gold. It means that you will have to make a decision about how you want to train, because to win 100 meters gold means that you have to run faster than Usain Bolt. Am I correct? Who is the current record holder? Now, to do that, then you have to run the numbers. The number says this: to run faster than Usain Bolt, it means that you have to retrain your body so that you are able to complete 8 steps per second. That's the only way you'll be able to do 100 meters for about 9 seconds. That's the numbers. So that vision now cascade down to your daily missions. So your daily missions will now mean that I have to start to hit the gym and start retraining my whole body so that I can do what? Achieve 8 steps per second. Make sense now? Maybe now you're doing 4 or 5 steps per second, but the goal as a mission will be to do what? 8 steps per second. That simply now means that your choice of what you eat, the choice of when you sleep, the choice of who you hang out with, the choice of what you now read, all the choices in your life are now built within the context of the goal that you want to achieve. Decision making is hard when there is no clarity around vision. There's no place I really want to go. I just want to hang out. Then everything can appeal to you. All right. If you want to go to Agege right now and you get to the bus stop, it's easy to make a decision what bus to get to. Is that correct? I mean, if you see a very nice looking bus going to Oshodi, would you get in? Because Oshodi is off where I really want to get to. So in the end, you want to make those smart choices. You ask yourself, where do I really want to go? What kind of person do I want to become? Like I used to tell people, vision really is not about what do I want to achieve, it's about what do I want to become. So if you want to ask yourself, who do I want to become? So don't look to make, some people say, I want to make 10 million by December. That's not a good vision. A good vision should be, I want to become the kind of person who attracts 10 million by December. That's a good vision, because what that means is that you only get better and then move from 10 million and above. So when that becomes the vision, you start to make smart decisions that help to build around that. So ask yourself, what is it I care about? Where do I want to be in 5 years, in 2 years, in 3 years? What do I want to do in that industry? If I'm a student, what kind of degrees do I want to graduate with? And then when you make a decision around that, then all the other subdivisions that support that becomes easier. Does that make sense? Because when that clarity is not there, decision making becomes absolutely a nightmare. That's the truth. Thank you very much. Sorry, I can't take more because of time. Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to add to this issue before we go along, because I was a victim in the area of inconsistency. And I quickly discovered that there's a curse of blessing. If there's only one thing you know how to do, it's easy to do it. But if you're gifted with the ability to look, sound, intelligent in many areas, you could experience the curse of the blessing. And this disturbed me for a long time, because the best you can achieve with that curse is to be average. And so I found that it was when I discovered my purpose. That's the key word. When I discovered my purpose, life became easy. The day I decided that my purpose is to teach, inspire, and motivate people who have already decided to succeed, life became easy. I don't run into places I'm not invited. I look for people who want to succeed. I teach, inspire, and motivate them. And what used to distract me before became a power. I will explain. You hear about things today called multiple streams of income. It shouldn't be an excuse for madness. I see people who want to be mechanics, and they want to be drivers, and they want to be teachers, and at the end of the day, they feel like a donut. There's so much activity, but there's emptiness inside. I'm not getting what I want. So when I understood my purpose, it was easy for me to also achieve multiple streams of income. I speak, I teach, I write, I produce audio programs, I coach chief executives, I coach teams. They are all multiple streams of income, but I'm never split up. I don't have that spaghetti effect, because each is feeding into the other. So whatever you do, stay with dot 13 as much as you can to find out your purpose. People spend too long away from not knowing that. I said that when I was speaking today. I said, if you don't know your purpose in life, you are running on empty. We are ambassadors of heaven. When we find a challenge, we call for artillery support. You cannot call for artillery support if you don't have a purpose in life. That's the key that opens those resources. In all you're getting, find your purpose, and everything will be streamlined for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our panelists. Before we proceed to any other thing, because they've been here with us through the day, and we wouldn't want to keep them any more than is necessary. So we would like to say a vote of thanks to them. That'll be handled by Mr. Koijo, to thank our speakers for being here, for impacting us in the ways that they have, please. Please, let's put our hands
Please,
together.
once again, let's appreciate our wonderful speakers. Thank you, Dr. Sami Koku. Thank you, Pastor Tobina. Thank you, Johnson Abali. We are immensely grateful for the time spent with us. These are people that when they go to speak for 1 hour, they get more than 5 million sometimes. And we have been gracious enough to, I remember when Pastor Toby told us about a consulting he did. And after they just did some consulting, 8 million naira. Can you imagine? So just imagine if we had to pay some of these eminent personalities for their time, we wouldn't be able to do that. But can you show some love? Show some love where you are. Show some love where you are. Show some love where you are. So we have a box of goodies. We have please can you help me? Who and who comes for the first so that we know how to can we have Dr. Sam Ikoku, please? Please, can we all be upstanding as we welcome Dr. Sam Ikoku to this podium one more time? Can you appreciate all the way from Abuja? Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Yes, please. Please, can we take this off? Some strong men, can we take this off? Chairman, please join me on the stage. Where's the secretary of the planning committee? I've not seen him all the while. Careful. On behalf of the Conference of Faithful Ambassadors, thank you for inspiring us today. God bless you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, so they'll bag it for you, please. Yes. Yes, just as it takes on the 19th of November, Confab is heading to Abuja for the first time, please. And I'm going to bring up somebody has been with us all the way from Abuja. She's part of the planning committee in Abuja. We have a 1,500-seater auditorium donated free of charge for Confab in Abuja. Please make some noise. So we'll talk about Confab Abuja briefly. But now, right now, please join me as I welcome Pastor Tobe Nadoze to come and take this. Pastor Tobe is a 4-star general of the Confab. Yes, Confab 4, Confab 6, Confab 11, and now Confab 13. I'm sure Confab Abuja will become 5-star general if it's available. On behalf of Confab and all of us, thank you very much, sir. All right. And the moment we've been waiting for. I'm going to bring up this very, very perfect. I met him in 2001 and 2003 actually, and he has always been a blessing. Always been a blessing. Please join me as we welcome our one and only Johnson Abali. Please put your hands together. Show some love. Thank you so much. All the way from schools outreach, coming to inspire us at Command Secondary School, Victory High School.
Thank you very much, sir, for being here and blessing us with wonderful things. We hope that you are going to be a lot of our Insta dads and impact us in great ways. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Confab Abuja is coming up on the 19th of July. Please sit down. as we're wrapping up anytime from now. So we're going to release our speakers. Please help support them so that they are going very far. Please, our speakers, just wait for me for some photo ops outside. Some speakers photo ops. Don't worry, you'll be fine here. We have other things to do here. Then please, can you put up those links on the screen? Thank you very much. Let's have those links. We discovered that there were some errors. Please, those of you that did the connect and click, please kindly just go into the link and let's. Hello, please, we have not closed yet. Please, please, please. Can we just come back 2 minutes? God bless you. 2 minutes. Thank you very much. We've not closed. We just want. We cannot rush the speakers. Thank you. I like that. God bless you for that. I just need your attention. 5 minutes will be done here. Now, those of you that couldn't click on that link, please, that's the link here. Can you just put in connect and click so that you can be registered in that program? Then I'm talking about the Purpose Discovery Program. Please and please, if you're going to be part of this event, that Purpose Discovery Program, just click on the link and fill in your details. We'll get across to you on how that is going to run. Then I'm going to hand over to Chidi for the other part of the program. Before the end of the year or early next year, our first edition Confab Europe will be coming on. We are going to the Europe. If you can clap, put your hands together to the King of Kings. So we have two states, 2 countries in Europe to start that, one in Milan and one in Netherlands. We're going to share with you the details as we go on. Please, I'm going to hand over then Confab 14 on the 12th of August, 2023. If Jesus tarries, we will be having Confab 14. If you're excited, please make some noise. So permit me to hand over to Chidi. We have 1 or 2 things and we close. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Mr. Kwejo. Can we please give him 1 round of applause before he leaves us? For everyone who's still seated here, I want to say a big thank you once again. I cannot say it enough that we do not take your presence here for granted. And we're supposed to have quite a number of other things to do, but we're already pressed for time. We don't want to keep you any more than is necessary. So we're going to be doing the closing of this program, after which we would, like I mentioned earlier, we're supposed to have a networking session. So when we're done, please meet people around you, exchange cards, and just get a few names, get a few numbers. Let's begin to connect. Let's begin to network with one another. I promised some persons gifts or souvenirs, the books. So, but because we didn't get to do the activities that we said we we're going to do, I think I'll just base that off of those who gave me summaries. So if you summarize any of the sessions, can you just signify, just come up very quickly? I think lady in red, yes, you did. Why you, come now. Why are you doing Shakara? Yeah, please come forward. I have notepads for you. Pick the color you want. We'll be right after this, we'll be doing some photo sessions here outside, just for us to have things that we can, something that we can look back on as memories. And all of this content will be sent to every one of us via email. There are a couple of programs that we have lined up. Mr. Kwejo already talked about them. Like we said, this is a launch pad for young youth development, young adults development, and this encompasses every single aspect of our lives: relationships, business, etc., etc. So we'll be having here. We already talked about the next editions of the Confab Abuja happening on the 19th of November. Confab Europe soon to be announced. Dates and details. And then of course Confab Lagos, which is next year. That's Confab 14 on the 12th of August. Now we have some packages, like we said, we'll be having mentorship sessions, etc. So we have some packages. We have the Connect and Click Preservation Program. For those of you who took decisions at the last session, please let's have the links up as well. Yeah. So the first link is for the Connect and Click. We also have a Purpose Discovery Program. Like the panelists have said, a lot of the trial and error that happens in life is because you're not very sure what you want to do, or you're not very sure what your purpose is, or what direction you're going to take. It's one thing to say, focus on the end game, right? And it fixes your consistency issues. But what if you don't even know the end game? So the purpose discovery program is for you to help you find your end game, to help you find the reason why you want to do what you do. So we're going to be having that. It's going to be a 4-week program. Just click on the link. Follow the link to register. bit.ly/purpose discovery program. Very easy to type. Just fill the form and then you should be good. We also have a business transformation program. The link is not up here, but we'll be sending all of that information out via email as well. And then lastly, because we're constantly trying to make the Confab experience better, we would want every single one of us, please, everyone. In fact, if we can do that right now, I would really appreciate it. Just open the link, Confab feedback, bit.ly/confab feedback, and fill the form. Tell us what you think about the program, and are there expectations that you have or had that were not met? Are there things that you think can be done to make the Confab 14 experience, even better? Just especially that third link. I need everyone to please open those links on their phones. Just fill the forms for us, please. Thank you very much. Before we wrap up, I would like to, this event was birthed, or rather was made reality because of weeks and months of planning. And I would like to appreciate every single member of the planning committee. If you are around, can you please come up to the stage? Members of the planning committee. First of all, the chairman, can you please stand up? Belumi has done an absolutely fantastic job, like I've already said before. Please, if you're a member of the planning committee organizing team, just come up. We need to wrap up very quickly. Stage. Thank you, ma. Should we escort? Please, let's come up. This has been put together by some very amazing individuals, and we should be up as well. Okay. I would let the chair lady give, yes, please. Just give us a very quick appreciation, whatever, before we can now call it a close. Thank you. Are there any members of the planning committee that are not here? Can we please get their attention? Is there any usher available? Okay.
So it's been a lot of meetings and a lot of planning and a lot of running around and trying to do a lot of things. And I appreciate every single one of you, from people that were very busy and gave up the time and dedicated the time to be here. And I appreciate every single person that is in attendance, whether here or virtually or on the live. I appreciate every single one of you because we did this entire program for you. And I am glad that you are all here to be able to listen to the speakers, glean from their wisdom, and really just apply it. And I pray that you, in every area of your, of your work, of your life, you are benefiting from these words continually. So thank you all very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all of you. I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to remain here for a while. This is where we bring the event to a close. We're going to say a word of prayer, and then we'll open the floor for networking, hangouts, pictures, photographers on ground. We'll take pictures up here, together here, it's just going to become a hangout thing, right? Chairman, do I have the permission to close? Thank you very much. Let's bow our heads as we say a word of prayer. Father, we thank you for the grace to have listened at your feet. We thank you for the time we have spent here, and we know that it has not been time wasted. We thank you for bringing us to the end of a very, very successful day. We pray that as we close now, as we connect with one another, as we leave these premises, we pray that your grace, your presence, preservation, and the grace to apply everything we have learned here, you'll give unto us. In Jesus' name we have prayed. A round of applause to yourselves. Thank you very much for being a part of the Confab 13. And I look forward to connecting with every one of you. Please come up to the stage. We're taking pictures here. We're taking pictures outside. You can sit and have your lunch if you want to. It's after party at this point. Thank you. So please, Photographers would like to take pictures here.